Welcome to your supersized forecast for all 12 signs for the rest of August 2026. This is for all 12 signs. Now, here's the thing. If you didn't already, I would recommend you check out the video that I did on the rest of August for everyone. I go really in depth, including what you can expect now that we're in Virgo season, obviously the aspects, and this truly emotional eclipse of revelations. That will be a huge wake-up call. All right, obviously I'm going to give you a little recap here, but I do highly recommend you watch that one because, as always, I don't repeat the same information. All right, and also in the original, I gotta think of a name, the source, right? Video for the rest of August 2026. I pulled a card for every sign, give you a little preview and what you can expect for the rest of August. So we will see if that card appears in your spread this time around. That would be a wink from the universe. Now, before you jump to your sign, which I would do, no, I wouldn't. I love intros. Here's two important things you have to know, okay? And this applies to everybody. One, if you don't know by now, I have to do this new format. This is due to some medical issues I've been going through with my spine. So, unfortunately, I can't do your long, typical, 45-minute, hour-long forecast for each sign every week, as I have done for 4 years. This wasn't my choice. So it is me. I was spending a lot of time, with the doctors, adjusting to new medications, a lot of that. At the end of the day, I'm not supposed to be sitting for long periods of time. So that's why you are going to be seeing these, this new format, okay? And because I have said this a couple of times and I continue to keep receiving comments from y'all, so many of y'all are not receiving the message. Just know this new format, due to spinal chronic condition where I'm in a lot of pain, but a lot of different medications that I'm just adjusting to. Just know I'm going to have to repeat that a couple times in future videos, and I will have to repeat that in every sign when we break it down by every sign, okay? Because not everyone's going to watch the intro. So thank you for your patience as I navigate this reset with you, okay? And because I have to do these, shorter forecasts, just, for now, right? I came up with an original signature tarot chip spread that I'm going to do a little bit today for your sign, but for your September forecast, okay? It is Odyssey level. Get excited. Secondly, thank you, everybody. Great Awakener, the site that I launched a year ago to speak more freely. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining, for being a member, for supporting. It grew into something bigger than I had ever imagined. This all live stream platform, so much content there, archived courses. We have, a 12-week Astrology for Beginners course by Christian Klausner, who I've had on my channel. So many great experts and instructors. Nick Dagan Best. We do our full, unfiltered world astrology for every month there. Anyway, to celebrate the 1-year anniversary, because it was August 12th when I did launch it, but because I was spending a lot of time out, I didn't have time to celebrate. So I'm going to do something that I normally wouldn't do. If you actually attend my world predictions and deep dives, which I do on Sundays on Great Awakener, you will know about our, super secret information packed slide decks that, take me hours to do, but you won't find anything like them online. And I built a slide deck on this entire eclipse cycle. And I mean, yeah, it's built. It's big. I computed every single degree back to 2007, 2009, 2017, 2019, the midpoint when the North Node was in Leo, South Node was in Aquarius. And then I went and put all the major headlines, events, incidents that happened around those eclipses, okay? To show you the pattern, what each eclipse put in our history books, how they just happen, right? And, what meaning or archetype, what they're attached to, such as a solar eclipse in Leo would be like the fall of a king, right? So you will see all the kings that fell with, the eclipses in Leo all the way back, okay? And I also show you, based on those historical patterns, what you can expect for 2026 to 2028 with the eclipses and the nodes moving into, having moved into Aquarius, Leo. And I also included Pisces, Virgo axis. In fact, I actually went back to the beginning of the star cycle we're in that started in 1918. Anyway, just so you know, because this is relevant to you, and we'll talk about it when we get to this clip, but there are 3 eclipses the same degree from 2008 that we will have next year. And that's inside half a degree of where they were. Nobody's talking about this. I might as well tell you. So the eclipses we will have next year, think about what happened for you in 2008. They're going to be very similar. All right. Aquarius, you're up at bat. The next eclipse that we will have after this week's eclipse will be February 6th in Aquarius. All right. The solar eclipse. Virgos, you're still in the mix. We're completing your cycle. February 20th, lunar eclipse in Virgo. All right. And just to give you a heads up, Capricorn, Cancer, when we get to 2028, guess where the nodes are moving? Okay. But I'm telling you all this now because time is speeding up. 2028 is going to be here very, very, very soon, meaning we will start seeing eclipses in your signs in 2027. Okay? But again, I give you everything. It's in the description box. You'll see the link for the eclipse. I called it the eclipse code. All right? If you want to see it. And so it's ungated. It's there for you. Now, also to celebrate the 1-year anniversary, that's the other thing is, it's happening right now. The big sale, all of that. It's all in the description box. Okay. And because I also still get a lot, and it's our signature sale. Yeah, it's big. All right. And so, the other thing is, since I get a lot of questions about Max, I know that, I've had to limit a lot of my, video recording. The upgrades, the new features like synastry, compatibility charts. Oh, they're ready. They're ready. We just haven't been able to launch them. We had Mercury retrograde and in shadow July. You can't really launch something that big during eclipse month. Yeah. So very soon, I'm excited to show you how much Max has changed. And I did not even know it was responding in error during Mercury retrograde, and we couldn't touch it. I'm not a developer, but back end. So I do apologize if you were, having some technical errors. That part is over, but just expect the version upgrade very soon. All right, because we were able to fix that. We just couldn't implement. We were able to fix, not implement everything into the next stage. And now let's just, let's dive right in. Listen, we're in Virgo season. Yeah, as of August 22nd. Saturday. Happy birthday, all Virgos. It's your time. to shine. Everybody felt the switch from, Leo season. You were wild with your passions, your inner child, your actual child. Maybe you had a child, right? Creativity was off the charts. You had some really amazing ideas. Okay, everybody, this is that Leo 9 energy. So pat yourself on the back. You got a lot out. You got a lot in, right? There's some really great aspects. But I don't want you to forget, you went through the reset of civilization, right? The Barbeau basket in July. You went straight into eclipse season, which is August. And now Virgo season, which has always been known for preparing for a new harvest in your life. So when I say out with the old, in with the new, it keeps going and it keeps going. And this Virgo season, it is all about improving your overall health, your life, your workplace, your routines. It's fixing things. You are going to be fixing things. And again, this is for everybody. Everybody in different areas, right, in their life, based on what sign you are. Virgo is purification. Virgo is service to others, yeah, which has always been a, central theme in ancient texts, philosophies, religions around the world. The law of one, yeah. So the rest of August, there will be this sense of selflessness, a sense of giving, even harmony with Venus still in her own sign, Libra. You're going to also feel a little extra sensitive. You got Mars in Cancer. You also have Ceres in Cancer. She's all about nurturing, protection, just like that Cancer energy. And don't forget, everyone's been forgetting. Chiron is in Taurus at 0 degrees. Potent, okay? Retrograde, actually. So, wow, the rest of August, you will be working on your past wounds. You're going to be a little bit more emotional, maybe vulnerable, maybe, protective of what you have. You're going to want hugs. I mean, that's a very potent lunar eclipse that we're going to get into. But you're also going to be very, very focused because Virgo is all about the details. You're not going to let anything slip through the cracks. You've got Mercury moving into Virgo as well, which we'll talk about. But again, as you do this processing, right? Virgo is the analysis, the analyzer, the surgeon, surgical precision, the editor, the researcher, the eagle eye. That's Virgo, right? So you are going to be really dissecting everything in your life, where you're at now, and what has to go, because you're already feeling it. So expect new routines coming into your life because you'll be experiencing this pretty enormous surrender of outdated systems. You're already used to this. But now it's through different flavors, right? With Virgo, okay? The old you, and even the lunar eclipse in Pisces, right? So the old you is, yeah? You're feeling a lot more spiritualized thanks to the eclipse, which you are already feeling, okay? What is it, Tuesday? You're already feeling it. You're already feeling the eclipse. And then this sense of release. You started feeling that, right? With the reset. But even over the past weekend, when we had the sun conjunct the South Node in Leo at 29 degrees, the critical degree, while we had an M-class solar flare, all right? And that's important. And just so you know, and I talk more about the solar flares, Earth, the energies, frequencies, etc., in my current energies live streams. But here's the thing, which I'm doing this weekend. So, all right. We had both happening concurrently over the weekend. So if you felt drained over the weekend, there you go, right? Those solar flares have an impact on us. And as you know, the moon, controls our water, right? Our water, our ocean tides. We are made of 60% of water. So that's why the moon has always been attributed to emotions, feelings, the ancients, across cultures, countries, all of that. Attributed the moon to emotions, feelings, your mood, nourishment, nurturing. Yeah. So Babies, by the way, you got a baby? They're about 75% water. See how they are during, full moons, or your dogs. Anyway, moon is also memory. All right. Remember, the moon is just a rock in the sky. It reflects the light of the sun. This is important because of this eclipse. So the reason I bring that up is because there's two luminaries. It's the sun. The sun is vitality. It's life force. We literally would not be alive without the sun. And the sun also has an impact on us, right? Everything that you would think that the sun does, but the sun affects our cells. Repair pathways, our DNA. So we've had extraordinary solar storms, X-class flares all year, which affect our circadian rhythm, et cetera, et cetera. So, wow. I bring this up because what a coincidence, right? As we go through this reset and the eclipse. So you are changing physically. And remember, this is a process, okay? Many years. And again, I'll talk about it in my Current Energies live stream this weekend. But it was likely an extra draining weekend from you because the South Node drains. And you have another one, not on the whiteboard, if you are watching this on Tuesday, before Mercury moves into Virgo. Yeah. Mercury will conjunct the South Node at 29 degrees. And again, the South Node can feel draining. It's a point of release. And this is as you move toward an eclipse that brings culmination, an eclipse so potent, you're feeling it right now. So you're feeling this. Change, release, surrender, okay? And again, it may feel a little draining, maybe a little emotional with the nodes of fate and an eclipse, an entire week of release, letting go. Don't fight it, okay? That's the biggest, if there's any takeaway, don't fight with what your life path wants, okay? Because it can feel like something's being taken from you, all right? I explained this. I gave you a personal thing for my natal chart or sky chart in the other video, but just think of it as, I don't know, your kid's Pokemon cards, okay? You take them, and he has no choice but to accept, because that's an eclipse. Eclipses can eclipse things from your life. That's the South Node. The South Node, yeah, can feel like it takes. And these are forces outside your control. It's the nodes of fate. And so even though it's Pokemon cards that make your kid feel good, make him feel like it's the only thing that makes him shine and radiate. And even though he's 23 years old, he might feel it's unfair. But if he is spending 6, 7, 8 hours a day with his Pokemon cards, then that job in a Pokemon costume at a sushi restaurant as a greeter, it would have never have come through, okay? That path where he meets his future wife and his best friend, Connor, that path opened up all because his Pokemon cards were taken. So, at 23. The reason why I harp on this is because that's how the beginning of this week will feel. You will feel some things where you're just hitting a wall. You will see some things with the T-square, unexpected things happen, and you're not going to know why. All right? So I'm just letting you know that there may be a feeling of something is changing and I'm trying to fight it. Ask yourself why. All right? That's what this week is. And that's actually when you've got Mercury in its domicile and exalted in Virgo, meaning Mercury, the planet of the mind, and communication being in its strongest sign out of all signs. A great time to process things. Now, Tuesday, August 25th, like I said, before Mercury moves into Virgo, Mercury will conjunct the South Node in Leo, Mercury the Messenger. This is at 29 degrees. So, again, that critical degree on the South Node. K2, Tail of the Dragon. Remember, the South Node moved into Leo on July 26th. And so it's been sitting there, and it will sit there at that 29 degree point for some time. And there's going to be plenty of planets that's going to conjunct, right, in the next few months. The South Node is where you've been, right? It's what you're meant to leave behind, what you've already mastered in, your past lives. And again, these are the nodes of fate. And this is activated the week of an eclipse. And so just keep that in mind. This 29 degree point is a point of graduation, and it is potent. So I hope you see how this plays out. On Tuesday is a perfection, right? Just know there may be some words, okay? And this is going to be, it perfects about 5, a.m. in the morning, meaning it already happened this morning, but you still feel it. Here's the thing, Mercury, Hermes, he will deliver a message. And so you could wake up, depending on where you live, that's 5 a.m. Eastern Standard, that's New York City time, convert that to wherever you live in the world, but then give it, 12 hours before and after, 24 hours before and after. It's strong. And you may wake up to a text from someone you didn't expect, an email. Remember, the South Node is the past, right? The memories that you have thoughts about, they might come out of nowhere, Something that you probably have been carrying for years, all right? That's what the South Node is bringing up. Mercury moves fast. Therefore, this aspect, again, it feels more like a quick hit, but it's still the South Node. It's still something for you to recognize, all right? So it could also be, someone in person. There's someone who could, show up at your doorstep. Someone you dated a couple of times. So it's Mercury conjunct the South Node. This is your time to communicate. What do you have to say? All right. It works both ways. You'll probably receive messages, or there may be some things that you have to say. All right. As in, this is it. The final. This is over. Right. The person that shows up at your doorstep, someone that you dated a couple of times. Well, now is the time to say, Craig. No more. I'm happily married. Get out of here. So, just know something could be pulled from your past for a reason, and it's meant to be released officially and up here. Now, the one thing that makes this a little bit more interesting, the moon actually went void the day before, last night. So this is going to be interesting when we talk about the Mercury Cazimi. All right? Keep that in mind. But also, there's Mercury moving into Virgo. And again, I've already talked about what that means for you. In the last video. All right. So, but here's the other thing is that, what is it? Mercury will move into Virgo around 7 a.m. or it already did. Again, exalted in its domicile. This is the strongest Mercury you will ever have. And you will have this through, the first week and actually second week of halfway through September. So really use this. This is your time to have conversations, do that mental detox, to process, to plan, to, analyze, pay attention to the details, to fix things. All right. You are probably going to have a lot more clarity than you did, a month ago or even a week ago. So keep that in mind, because when Mercury moves into Virgo, Mercury is going to immediately conjunct Regulus, and that will happen around 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard. And again, you're still going to feel it throughout the day. All right. It's still going to be within orb, even up until tomorrow. So remember, the sun is there. We're in Virgo season. And so it actually is a triple conjunction with Mercury, the sun, and Regulus, all on Thursday, by the way. Actually, no, all on today. So what does that mean? Well, that's coming after the Mercury conjunct the South Node in Leo. And so something was let go, something was said, and now there's likely something you really, really got to say. Or news that you receive, or something you're working on, or something you get so much clarity on. You're going to feel this eminence. It's Regulus, fixed star, right? Royal star. And a lot of this is going to resonate in the workplace. You're going to see that your life is starting to shift because you need things to change. Yeah, your daily routines. Pets as well, by the way. Virgo rules domestic animals. So this is pretty mighty. I would say use it, all right? Use it today. If you're watching this on Tuesday, and again, you'll still feel it. Let me see here. You'll still feel it up until Wednesday. Yeah. So you got 2 days here. All right. Now, and you're probably already doing it. I mean, this is Regulus, right? Heart of the Lion, the King Star of honor and success, and even like sudden rise, if you use it in the right way. Okay. Mercury, again, in its home sign and dignified, full power, 0 degrees. There's something being born here, right? There's something happening here for you. Now, the other thing is, because of that, with Mercury, Regulus, and sure, throw in the sun, again, this is your time to speak, to have that full clarity, to do the thing you need to do, say the thing you need to say, and you're likely going to receive news as well. That triple conjunction, remember, Chiron is in Taurus at 0 degrees. So we have an exact trine, all right? That trine is happening today around 3 p.m. Eastern Standard. But again, that's just the perfection. That's the peak, yeah? You're going to feel it. You already started feeling it. And you're going to feel it up until, Wednesday, even Thursday, right? What does this mean? Chiron, the wounded healer, and Taurus, that's trine the sun and Mercury and Regulus. Well, it's very likely you're going to talk about your past wounds, okay? Think about your past wounds, especially when it comes to resources, money, your relationships, self-worth, self-value. And again, every sign is going to feel it differently as well, all right? This is really powerful healing. This is you having deep healing conversations, very likely today, or you may be in the mood to, right? And again, it will carry on into tomorrow as well. This is also when you might listen, yeah? Maybe in the workplace, you could be getting medical checkups, right? Then Virgo season as well, with Chiron and Taurus, the body. Or even just have conversations about making appointments to finally, get your teeth whitened, whatever you want, all right? And this does include, with Virgo season, Virgo rules the digestive system, so a lot of things that could have to do with the gut, but also with Taurus involved the body, right? But it's Mercury is also the mind. So it could be mental health, emotional health, physical health, even, spiritual health. There's a lot. Relationship health, social health, all of that. But this is what you call power in healing, okay? Especially through words and the conversations you have. It could be very, very cathartic. And again, look how close it's happening to the full moon lunar eclipse, which again is enormously emotional. And you're coming out of these South Node conjunctions where you may have experienced a little bit of things taken or a little bit of loss. Now, Thursday, August 27th, this is a day. You see it. You see it. This is the day. So there's so much happening, but the first thing is it's not on the whiteboard. All right. The Mercury Cazimi. We talked about this in the August, I'll bring this up in your forecast too for all 12 signs, but we've got Mercury in the heart of the sun. Yeah. This is coming after the South Node conjunction with Mercury conjunct Regulus as well. Now you have Mercury in the heart of the sun. This is considered a refresh of the mind. Okay. And remember, Mercury has both rulership and exaltation in Virgo, and Mercury's direct, and this is a superior conjunction. Okay. This is the birth of a new Mercury cycle, basically. Okay. This day will be the clearest you have all month, especially within these hours. All right. Now, here's the thing. I'll tell you. So this is what I was saying earlier, but I was like, oh, actually, that's not the conjunction. The Mercury Cazimi is actually happening within the void moon. All right. And so I talk about void moons in the August forecast. What does that mean, right? How interesting is that? Well, you're going to have a lot of clarity. Nothing changes with the Mercury Cazimi. This huge refresh of mind. There even might be like this huge moment of like awakening as well for you in terms of work, the workplace, health matters, your daily routines, pets. But also, again, we'll talk about it for each sign. There's emphasis in a different area in your life. With the void moon, which will go to, it will eventually move forward later in the day, obviously, right? We're moving into the eclipse. Here's the thing. Just, you want to sit with it. All right? You want to sit with it. When I say sit with it, this Mercury Cazimi moment, the conversations that you're going to have a little bit better when Mercury's conjunct Regulus with the Mercury Cazimi, that's for you. That's for you to sit and write. Yeah. Write. Mercury is communication, writing. Yeah. Have it for you. Journal. Okay. There's going to be some thoughts that come up like lightning. Hold it in. Don't send anything during a void moon. And then also, it's the day of the eclipse. You don't really want to, right, initiate anything. You just kind of want to see where this eclipse takes you, because it's a big one, okay? And then literally 2 hours after the Mercury Cazimi, the moon will conjunct the North Node in Aquarius at 29 degrees. So what does that mean? The day of the eclipse, you wake up, you're going to be having this great moment of clarity. You're going to be emotionally invested in your future and in the, greater good, especially with all this Virgo energy as well, with Ceres and Mars and Cancer. This is all about you making inspired decisions for you, but also to support others. So maybe before the eclipse, which is technically Friday night, yeah, it's a little bit, I think it's 15 past midnight, but again, it's potent. It's a partial lunar eclipse. You will feel it all day Thursday, but either way, maybe you do make a big move, all right, in the afternoon on Thursday. Maybe you wake up and immediately know what your next step is. Maybe there's something you didn't feel 100% before, and now you've got that clarity with a vision for your future that you feel pulled toward with the moon in Aquarius conjunct the North Node in Aquarius. And again, this can all be, very cathartic, right? With Chiron in Taurus as well. This can have to do with your friendships, if not the workplace, finances, money, your relationships. you might find different ways to heal or identify places you want to heal, or identify the ways you can heal someone in your life. All right. So with the moon in Aquarius, remember, you still have Jupiter in Leo, kind of maximizes that vision, creative vision. Okay. And so the afternoon, it's going to be big. It's a good time to just kind of like write things down. Because then you have the eclipse, right? So the eclipse is technically Friday, August 28th, but it's at 12:18 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Again, convert that to wherever you live in the world. That's New York City time, my time, full moon, partial lunar eclipse. And again, it's at 4 degrees, 54 minutes, basically 5 degrees, okay? You're going to feel it now. The day, like it, what is it, Tuesday? You're already feeling it. You're already feeling it. It's so big. And again, it's so potent. You're going to have so much illuminated. Why? It's a lunar eclipse in Pisces. So lunar eclipse, it's a full moon times 100. Yeah, it's powerful. You will be emotional. It's in Pisces. Water sign, right? So have a, bucket of Ben and Jerry's ready. Full moons, yeah, they illuminate. As I said earlier, they reflect the light of the sun. They reveal. And just like the sun is known for birth or rebirth, full moons bring endings. And so you're having this eclipse at a time when you just had a series of South Node conjunctions, interactions, things that you were releasing in the past, right? Now, this eclipse is asking you the same thing, but in a bigger way. It's time to surrender, okay? It's an eclipse in Pisces, the last zodiac. Pisces is the end and very spiritual, okay? Hence, surrender. And like I said earlier, eclipses tend to eclipse things from your life. So, Thursday, August 28th, that night, even Friday, early morning, this eclipse very fully visible, okay, across, North America, South America. Just go outside, look up. Remember what I say. Speak to it. Speak to the moon. Speak through the eclipse. Put words into the ether. Make them energy. Make them your frequency. All right? I think I also explained the Taurus, series. This is the last partial for this Virgo Pisces axis. That started in June 1918. Now, a couple things that I want you to know. March 18th, 2026, we had that new moon in Pisces. What happened for you? All right. That's a corresponding new moon for this one. What was the seed that was planted for you 6 months ago? Again, harvest. Yeah. You're in harvest season. I also want you to think about if you want to go further back, think about August 28th, 2007. Think about what happened within weeks of that date, all right? Pretty much give it like 2 weeks after, even 2 months after. And the reason why I say this is, as I said earlier, August 28th, 2007, we had a total lunar eclipse in Pisces, 4 degrees, 46 minutes. Yeah? This eclipse, partial lunar eclipse, in Pisces, 4 degrees, 54 minutes. So 19 years apart to the day, August 28th, 2007. Okay? 8 arc minutes apart. That's the Metonic cycle. It's in that slide deck. You can see what happened around that time in the world, what was happening in your life. Think about around that time. All right. This is that 19-year cycle. All right. So if there's anything, any eclipse where you would pick up some patterns, it would be that one that I just said. It's basically on the same degree. All right. Now, remember, eclipses, this is heavy. This is one that's really emotional. The lower expressions of Pisces would be illusion, self-sabotage, addiction, delusion, isolation. Pisces energy in general is known for carrying, like victim energy. So you just want to be mindful of all those energies because this is such a big part of this eclipse. And you see that we'll get there. Uranus is baked in, okay? So you got a Mercury Cazimi, a lunar eclipse, and the eclipse squaring Uranus twice. Right after you had your calling with the North Node and the Moon in Aquarius about your future. So what does this mean? This eclipse, again, potent, emotional, maybe you feel a little bit vulnerable. Something is ending for your new vision to begin through this reset, okay? This is it's a, mutable T-square, all right? Meaning it's a good time to adapt and be flexible, especially with the Uranus squares, all right? And if you are a mutable sign in Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, Pisces, you would feel this eclipse the most, especially if you have any planets 2 to 6 degrees, all right? Any sign, if you have any planets 2 to 6 degrees, Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, Pisces, in your natal chart, like I do, you're really going to feel it. Now, Friday, as you can see, Mercury and the Sun will square Uranus. They're pretty much baked into the eclipse. They are part of this eclipse, all right? This is where things get a little bit serious when you have a double T-square with Uranus, a planet of surprises, the unexpected, chaos, breakdowns. Yep. But also, remember, he's the Great Awakener. So, you've got the Sun opposite the Moon. Yeah. Both squaring Uranus. All right. Mercury as well. All right. Mercury and Virgo squaring Uranus. So, technically, this is full of surprises. This is full of surprises. We do have a wedge with Ceres in Cancer. We'll talk about that in the bonus spread. Just know there is a way out of this eclipse, and it's through Ceres, but we will talk about that later. And the bonus spread, you've got Mercury square Uranus, 3 a.m, Sun square Uranus, about 12 hours after. Either way, why is this a big deal? Well, it's Uranus. Again, there's going to be elements of surprise, maybe some chaos, maybe, with Mercury involved, right? Squaring Uranus. Mercury being the lower octave of Uranus. They're the same vibration. This is strong. There might be some, choice words that are said that are unexpected, dramatic. You might have I'm going to let you speak, but one of those moments on stage, you never know. It can also be like emotional words that cut to the chase or really leave a sting. All right. Again, maybe you did not expect it at all. And maybe it might be you. Maybe you that suddenly said something out of nowhere because you're feeling so emotional from this eclipse. And a lot of what is said, what is done, and travel is also involved here, and your local community. There can be something here with colleagues, work-related contractors, your employees, your doctor, your nurse, your pediatrician, your vet, yeah? Whatever it is, whatever is said, whatever thought you have, this could be the turning point or the last straw for you, okay? Or your big win if you use it, right? Use it at that high frequency. Remember, use these aspects. Don't let them use you. So, Uranus, all about awakenings, right? This is your big wake-up call because, I mean, it's Mercury, yeah, and Uranus. So that's the other thing. It's an eclipse in Pisces. So the unexpected, the surprises, the things that just come out of nowhere, out of left field, especially with words, communication, writing as well, travel. Remember that, okay? There could be some travel interruptions here. Pisces energy is very spiritual. And so with the moon in Pisces being affected, this is also a spiritual awakening that you might have. Pisces is also like hidden matters. While the moon illuminates, there's your revelation. So that's why this is an eclipse with a big awakening, great awakening, your wake-up call. There's going to be some revelations here. And not only, by the way, is Uranus known for surprises, like I said earlier, so are eclipses. So there is a little bit of chaotic elements to this eclipse because you also have the sun square Uranus. Now, how rare is this? Well, we have not had the sun in Virgo square Uranus in Gemini since August 28th, 1942. So again, to the day. Yeah? You see these patterns. Like, you just can't make this up. If you were alive back then, something from that time, well, you're going to see the same patterns here. Because that eclipse, remember, we're talking about this cycle, yeah? That eclipse was at 4 degrees, 31 minutes. So, again, very, very close to this eclipse on that same degree point. Don't fight it. This eclipse, whatever comes out, let it reveal. Even if it's you, if there's something you need to reveal, something you need to admit, something that you need to get off your chest, something that you need to release, leave in the past, right? So, this is a very first of its kind eclipse. All right? The double T square with Uranus and Gemini the first time in 84 years. This is big. All right? By the way, remember, Ceres is involved as well. Okay? The other thing I was going to just really quickly mention is that on that Sunday, August 30th, you're going to feel this. We're going to talk about this in the bonus spread. The bonus spread, the second spread, I need to just give it a name. Maybe I'll call it like, the frequency spread. It's a mouthful. But Sunday, August 30th, and that's where we talk about the lunations, asteroids, planetoids, fixed stars, things like that, right? Yeah, we have a 5-body stellium in Aries on that Sunday. And we will have some activity. I'll just keep it light. I'll give you one. The moon in Aries will square Mars in Cancer. That's very short fuse. And the moon, and that's mutual reception right there, okay? Because the moon rules Cancer, Mars rules Aries. We'll talk about it in the frequency spread. The other thing is Monday is a big thing, right? August 31st. This is the payoff. You made it through. You made it here to Jupiter in Leo, trine Saturn, and Aries. And we have not had this since May 2014. We had a baby one at the end of 2024. But it is very different. Either way, Jupiter, as you know, is all about luck and good fortune and wisdom. Abundance. You love Jupiter. We love Jupiter. But Jupiter in Leo brings you visibility and courage and that expansion there. Creativity, your family, children. You're going to feel really inspired with Jupiter so active in one of the most auspicious aspects of the year. We haven't had this in so long. And Jupiter's connecting in a harmonious way with this trine with Saturn, who's going to build for you. Saturn is structure, right? Saturn's all about commitments, all about the long term. So he is working with Jupiter to make things long lasting for you. And so right at the time of the eclipse, right at the time of the reset, again, we are talking about old structures of yours, yeah, and new ones being built. So again, think about May 2014. What was being built in your life? This is a really good time to feel ambitious after the eclipse, after you've, cleared a lot. You broke out the sage. You did whatever you had to do. You left, a lot of baggage in the old world. Yeah. Doesn't exist. It's just a void now. So you have to take initiative with Jupiter trine Saturn. You have to put your energy into it. Saturn in Aries, remember, is in its fall, but it's all about being courageous. So that's where you have to learn, right? Saturn being karma, about your identity and the courage that you have, the determination you have to have something built this big. And remember, Jupiter and Leo, you're still the main character. Leo energy is all about you and the spotlight. So whatever you do this time, do it in a way to feel really good, to have presence, yeah? And passion. It's Jupiter and Leo and that confidence. So this is a great time to maybe launch something, formalize something creative, a business, like a podcast, whatever you want, family, yeah, family. In a way where you're imparting wisdom, where you're learning a lot of spiritual energy that, Jupiter and Leo will bring as well. This is all about your passion projects, okay? Turning it into a way that you can monetize. Very entrepreneurial energy, that Leo energy, okay? And Saturn in Aries too. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of y'all are thinking about launching something on your own. It could be your main thing. It could be a side thing, whatever it is. Jupiter's also profit. So there you go. There's revenue here, all right? But build it around visibility. That's what Jupiter in Leo is. And creative mindset, okay? Jupiter is the vision that is going to, broaden your horizons. And Saturn is simply the architect, right? And again, they're working together. So please use this, all right? The one thing, remember, Jupiter expands. Remember, Jupiter can inflate. Jupiter in Leo, which is ego. Just be mindful of that. Because, yes, we do have Mars square Saturn literally the next day. And I talked about it in the last video, rest of August 2026. I did it live too. That was fun. Having the chat with y'all. That's gonna be it literally, it happens on September 1st, but you're gonna feel it too. Even a lot of you are gonna feel it during the time of the eclipse. So we'll overlap Jupiter trine Saturn. Remember, Saturn does not do well in Aries. So just be mindful with Jupiter and Leo, inflated ego, right? Lower expression. Trine Saturn and Aries, where you just have to be realistic, yeah? Saturn creating that reality. And remember, Saturn is retrograde, so whatever you're blessed here with, it really is something that you already started, yeah? Something that you started. Maybe you even abandoned it for a little bit. Maybe you got really busy. Maybe you lost confidence. Well, now it's back, okay? So this is not about the new idea, yeah? This is about what's already working that is going to get a lot of structure. And with Mercury and Virgo, and just Virgo season, wow. Remember, harvest, yeah? New harvest on old ground. We have a new moon in Virgo next month as well. And so consider this the harvest of whatever you planted December 21st, 2020, when we had the grand mutation, the great conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn, 0 degrees, Aquarius, all about your future. Okay. That was a seeding point. And now it's a harvest. It's part of a bigger cycle, 20-year cycle. So I think that's it for that's it. All right, so let's break it down. We're gonna do all your signs, and very excited for that. All right, and we are going to start with Aries, but let me. I'm gonna get something. Hello, Aries, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Welcome to your reading for the rest of August. We're going to jump right in. But first, as I said in the intro, I'm working on with this new format for now due to medical issues, complications with my spine, where I just can't sit for long periods of time. I'm under different medications, spending a lot of time with the doctor. So just know I love doing your longer forecasts. I hope you see my passion and commitment when I do them. But as you can see, the South Node and the eclipses have already come knocking at my door. So we'll see where they take me moving forward. Really good and legendary members for the bonus spread, the frequency spread. I don't know. Are we going to keep that? Remember to take a screenshot of your spread here. And then lastly, this is the 1-year anniversary of Great Awakener. Bringing back the signature sale, this enormous discount, all the information in the description box, and the link to my super secret information pack slide decks. If you're not a Great Awakener member, you won't find anything like them online. So it's my anniversary gift to you, to say thank you for all your kindness, your support, your patience as I navigate my reset with you now. All right, now what's going on for you? Well, a lot. All right, you are honestly when I talked about having that awakening, that sense of knowing, that spiritual awakening, it looks like you're already feeling it. It's like one of those things where you can feel it. You can feel that energy. I mean, this eclipse is happening in your 12th house. It's activated in a really big way, and so is your 9th, because this eclipse is Jupiter ruled, and Jupiter natively rules your 9th. And so there's so much spiritual energy. I would pay attention to your dreams. See what your dreams are telling you. Pay attention to your intuition. I feel like, the 12th house, but, that's hidden matters, but it's also rest and retreat. So again, for you, it's more about not fighting anything, not trying to force anything around this eclipse week, okay? And you will have this great insight with the fact that you will have Mercury conjunct the South Node, right, in Leo. You know that fun times are over. We're going to have to shift gears because that's at that 29-degree point. Mercury will then conjunct Regulus. In Virgo, remember, the sun, which is exalted in your sign, is there. That's happening at 0 degrees. This triple conjunction that you're going to feel up until Thursday, until, the eclipse. And so, again, a lot of shifts happening for you in work. You want them, is what this is saying. You want them. There's a sense of authority that you don't have. There's a sense of authority that has been calling. There's also this sense of leadership. It's right there. And so go with your emotions, go with your feelings, go with your gut. Okay? Virgo rules the gut. The other thing is just the fact that your 9th and your 12th is so active. When I say you can feel this, it's like you go into, I don't know, a gender reveal party. You brought, balloons and Kit Kat bars, and everyone there is just they're just like, hey. You pick up on that energy. You can tell that maybe there was an argument before. Something just feels off. Okay? No matter what, you feel it. You sense it. That's what energy is. You are feeling this lunar eclipse right now. All right? Now, the other thing is, with Mercury conjunct Regulus and Virgo, again, that's going to be Tuesday, right? But again, you feel it up until the eclipse. This is your time. Speak what you need to speak. Regulus, honor, success, all of that, especially the workplace, your daily routines. I would even say, like, I don't know. It looks like some of y'all are going to get pets, or there's something here with pets. And then Thursday, the eclipse. Okay. Remember, technically, like at midnight, a little after midnight, but you're going to feel it on Thursday. And you see Sun, Mercury, Uranus, the squares, the double T squares baked into this eclipse, with the Sun, Mercury, and Virgo, Uranus, and Gemini. It's a Jupiter ruled eclipse. Jupiter rules Sagittarius and Pisces, and the eclipse is in Pisces. That's all the mutable signs. Yeah, there will be changes. You will have changes. A lot of them might be sudden, unexpected. All right, so just keep that in mind. Thursday, Friday. All right, I would be adaptable. Don't fight it. Okay. Well, don't fight what you know needs to be released for something new to come in. I don't think that you're going to have any problems. Your 12th house is just lit up, right? And that's the other thing. If you feel and intuitively know you've been in your own way, self-sabotage, right? This is that window. We got to release it. Okay? The universe is going to make it harder and harder for you if you continue to ignore it. And a lot of this, again, will have to do with work. A lot of it can do with just even you on a spiritual level, right? Ignoring any of those like intuitive pops that you get, or not trusting your gut. But there is definitely something here. Ending, it looks like some of y'all are going to be coming back from a trip, or you're planning a long trip, or planning to work with people overseas. Publishing is a really big part of this for you, especially with Uranus and Gemini involved, and the fact that, this eclipse is, the ruler of this eclipse rules your ninth. Travel, publishing, there's something here you need to say, all right? Whether it's through a blog post, whether through its social media, whether it's like a bigger platform, there's something here where you need to say something to some people, all right? Remember, you have Mars that's going to square Saturn in your sign September 1st. That's going to overlap Jupiter trine Saturn in your sign. And so the fact that Ceres is here as well, it looks like there's got to be some things with home and family, all right? There you can feel a bit of pressure there throughout this eclipse. Now, let things go. 12th house, that's all up here. Yeah, it's the subconscious. It's everything, beyond the physical plane. And so the fact that you also are working with Chiron in Taurus, and remember, Chiron's moving back into your sign next month for a couple more months. So you have a little bit of break. And you're going to be working on your past moons again. But you now have that eagle eye with Mercury and Virgo. You will be able to see. So there's something here with finances, your relationships, sense of self-worth, self-value. Are you doubting yourself? With Mercury conjunct Regulus, you will not. All right? But you need to have that balance of physical mind and higher mind. Merge them, okay? Awareness, a word that I made up. Awareness and clarity. All right? It looks like there is going to be news that you do receive. It could come out of nowhere. It could be about family. It could be about your siblings. Or it could be from them, or something that you have to tell them. There's something here with, again, travel. I'd just be very mindful with Mars in Cancer. Mars square Saturn in your sign as well. Mars is, physicality, right? And so just be very mindful when we get to September 1st. But listen, you've got Jupiter trine Saturn in your sign. Obviously, you are up there in terms of the zodiac signs that are going to feel this the most. And Jupiter in Leo, wow, this is really fiery. This is passion. This is enormously special. It looks like there's some things with career that you maybe, yeah, after the eclipse, that's where a lot of the energy is going to shift, because you've got Mercury and the Sun in Virgo in your 6th house of your work environment. And then you've got Jupiter in Leo that's going to trine Saturn in your sign. Saturn natively rules your 10th house of career. So you've had a lot of emphasis on career since what? February? Yeah. But then you went through a reset. and then eclipse season. You had Saturn, Neptune conjunct in your sign as well at 0 degrees. You've been going through a lot. So really, really spend the time Monday on the 31st building. All right. Things are just going to naturally come to you in terms of luck. Jupiter and Leo, obviously this is going to have to do with a lot of creative energy. But again, what I said earlier, visibility, you will have it. If you want it, you can have it. Okay. Just remember, Jupiter and Leo can be inflation of ego and pride. Just keep that in mind. You want to avoid that. Because Mars and Cancer squaring Saturn in your side that's really bear pokey. And so on Monday, and actually Jupiter and Leo trine Saturn in your sign, you're going to feel all week. You're going to feel days before. I mean, like, it builds to the perfection that will happen on Monday. It does look like there's something here with the courts. Are you signing something? There's something official, all right? Legal matters. Looks like there is something that you might be making an agreement to, commitment to, verbal agreement. There might be you shaking hands on a deal, making a deal. It is a good time, all right? You don't have... Listen, when we get to September, Uranus will go retrograde. I've already talked about this. And then we move into Venus retrograde. We move into Mercury retrograde. More than half this, almost the entire solar system retrograde, all right? You want to get things done now and take advantage of Mercury and Virgo. Great for signing, for contracts, for agreements, negotiating your terms. All right. So let's see what's going on for you. Again, just stay flexible, but this is all about you. And it looks like there's something here where you're ready to expand your horizons. In fact, it feels like there's a little bit of impatience there as well, but you're good. All right. So get a little sneak peek of my new signature spread. I'm going to debut. I think your September forecast. It's not really fleshed out yet, but let's see. We're going to look at something here. All right. So all right, so you're the very first one, Aries. You're the very first sign. You're the very, yep. You are the very first. Oh my gosh. Okay. You're the very first to experience this. Wow. You and your money. You and your pentacles. Remember the video, which I'll leave the link at the end of this video in the description box for August 2026, the main one. Remember, we did the preview with your sign. Do you remember what card you got? Well, look. All right. I can't even. I mean, yeah, the Knight of Pentacles. Yeah. The 9 of Pentacles. The 10 of Pentacles. What? What? Someone is looking to, build. Build. All right. So, the first card is what you still have to release, okay? And so you have the Knight of Pentacles. This is someone who is very diligent. This is someone who's in it to win it, in it for the long haul. He's already sown his seeds, okay? And he's going to reap his rewards. He knows it. Knight of Pentacles, first of all, is Virgo, all right? So you see, this is all about harvest. And you see the oak trees in the back, the oak leaves in his helmet. He's connected to his future. And so he is very committed, but he's also the knight that's the slowest, right? He's not really moving anywhere. That's fine. It's good. But this is what you still have to release. What, let's say, your daily routines, whatever you're committed to, something's got to change. I just talked about the sun on the south node, and then Mercury on the south node, lunar eclipse. So this is really great, but there needs to be a shift, okay? Something's, you're already maybe feeling it, like you're hitting a wall. The way of the past, the way that things used to work for you, maybe you're realizing don't anymore, because everything around you is changing and you need to adapt. Like I said, this is Virgo energy. It's all about the harvest, all about your commitment for that harvest, right? But the way that you're doing it now, this eclipse, please pay attention. It's going to illuminate something for you. It's going to show you the right way. All right? Now, 9 of Pentacles, okay? This is where you're at now. So some of y'all have already gotten to a point where you feel free. Again, look at the card that you got the last forecast. There's little preview ones. That's amazing. 9 of you got 3 Virgo cards, by the way. 9 of and all Pentacles. Like you, this is, yeah. 9 of Pentacles, amazing. So that's where you're at now. All right. So what does that mean? Well, remember Virgo energy is all about mindset, right? Mercury ruled. It's all about your routines, practicality. It's getting down to business. It's all about the details. But you see that she is standing in her garden of abundance. She's only one of 2 cards in all of tarot. It's got the symbol of Venus all over her. And you still have Venus in a really great place in Libra, all right? And so it seems like you're at a place where you're starting to feel free. You have that sense of self-sufficiency that is such an Aries trait. Like, I got this. Don't worry, I got this. I can do this. And that's her. In fact, a lot of y'all may have come from a place, or you're probably in a place where maybe some of you want a little bit more freedom in terms of financial freedom. Maybe it's a job that you need to, something about your job, this daily, steady routine that needs to change to get here, because this is your mindset, right? Or this is where you're at. And now you have this process of, okay, the 10 of Pentacles, which comes after the 9 of Pentacles, as we know. Well, this is what's still challenging you. So that's why I say this is more about, sure, Pentacles, your physical realm, but, and wealth comes in all forms. So it could be something that all you have to do is tweak that one thing, okay? The one thing, what have you been fighting, all right? What have you been afraid of? Doubting yourself. That Chiron, 0 degrees, Taurus, come on. That's strong. That's strong. Relationships, money, wealth, yeah. Creativity. This is very, very interesting, okay? Because it does look like that there is something here. This needs to be tweaked for total independence, satisfaction, freedom. She's basically exalted. And so that 10 of Pentacles, which is what's challenging you, this is the fix, okay? Remember, Virgo season is all about fixing things. And you can be here, whether this is something you're dreaming about with all this, you know, Piscean energy that you're starting to feel. This 10 of Pentacles, that challenges you, right? It's like, what needs to be fixed? And so it starts here, but then when you end up here, what is it about your goal, your end game? What do you consider success? And after going through Leo season when we had a stellium in Leo with Jupiter in Leo, Jupiter that expands, this sense of I deserve, I get, I've got the stage, the spotlight. Well, maybe the universe hasn't aligned that yet, right? And so this is actually, and the Ten of Pentacles, like I said, it's like another Virgo card. So that's the challenge, all right? That Ten of Pentacles. It's great, but your end game, your long-term goals and dreams, are they aligned with where you're at now? Is there anything that you know about what you want in your future that doesn't seem realistic, right? With Neptune retrograde in your sign, bringing that, again, illusion, that fantasy. And so, again, there's just so many sobering moments for the rest of August. That's something to think about. And the other thing is, for a lot of y'all, wow, with Mercury and the Sun and Virgo, that's the other thing. This is the time to plan. So if you don't know what you want in the future, how do you know what you're building toward with Jupiter trine Saturn in your sign? All right? And the fact that Saturn's in your sign, these changes are you. And one of the reasons why I've been harping on this sense of self-sabotage is because you do have a lunar eclipse in Pisces. That would be your 12th house. But Saturn does not do well in your sign. And Pisces' modern ruler, Neptune, is retrograde in your sign. Like I said, that can bring a little bit of delusion, illusion, fantasy, what's real, what's not real. And Saturn in your sign, the first time in 29 years. Saturn being limitations and restrictions. He's saying, I'm holding you back until you are realistic about what you want for your future. Now, oh yeah. So, let's see what we got here. Oh, wow. Knight of Swords. So this card is attributed to the eclipse. Perfect. Knight of Swords. Talk about really wanting to be set free, especially up here. All right, that Knight of Swords. Remember, this eclipse, it's squaring Uranus and Gemini. Yeah, Mercury is squaring Uranus and Gemini. Knight of Swords is Gemini. So remember, those squares, you could say some things unexpectedly, comes out of nowhere, or you could be on the other end where you hear something, you got some news. Be responsive, not reactive. He can be very impulsive. All right? He's just whoosh. And that's what I'm saying. It's also like anyone with this type of double T-square, yeah, there can be some words that go around or even thoughts that go around that can be a little, like we need to slow down this week where things are a little bit slower than they were in Leo season. All this Virgo energy, that grounded earth energy. Are you still, working on your past wounds with Chiron in Taurus? Yeah. So keep that in mind. But the good news is anything you need to say to set yourself free to receive what you need, what you deserve, say it diplomatically. Now, Queen of Cups. Amazing. This card is actually attributed to Jupiter trine Saturn for you. Saturn's in your sign. You have Jupiter, the biggest planet, the most generous planet, blessing you. Oh, you're going to feel good. Okay? You're going to feel good. This is what you want, too. Mm-hmm. This is what you want. I'm going to show you one more thing. All right? And the Queen of Cups. Oh, you can't even see. The Queen of Cups has... she is Cancer. Okay? She's like the Princess Diana of tarot. Just so nurturing. She leads with her heart. Very intuitive energy. Okay? A lot of water energy. So, your ruler Mars is in Cancer. And he doesn't like it there. So, I love Jupiter trine Saturn for you because while that's happening, Mars squaring Saturn in your sign, this is saying, hey, You're going to be cool. You're going to be calm. You are going to be the one that people go to. You're going to be the role model. And you're going to just really trust your intuition and continue to lead from your heart. And don't let anyone knock you off that throne. Last card. Let me just see. Oh my gosh. Aries. I can't even. So you're good. You're fine. You're good. I can't, like, what? Yeah. This is the card of what do you got to know? What's the big message for Aries after all this, your little journey for the rest of August? Well, you put in the work, right? Oh, you're set free. You're good. You've come to the end of a major cycle. And to be honest, let me just grab Ruby. To be honest, the world, obviously completion, right? But being proud of yourself, like you went through it. You've been going through it. But here's the thing. And please celebrate, right? Celebrate. When I say out with the old, in with the new, the universe is telling that to you too. You're about to move into one enormous, huge chapter, a completely clear slate. And the world is actually attributed to Saturn, which is in your sign. And you see the figure here, surrounded by the wreath, the garland, shaped as a zero, referencing the Fool. You're really good. I would just, look at this. All these pentacles, all the court cards, major arcana. This is going to be a really big eclipse or rest of August for you. So again, it's all about being free for you, your mind, but also where you want to be. Are you relying on others? Are you feeling that codependency? You don't want that. You do not want that. If you do, remember, this eclipse is in your 12th house. The 12th house, sure, self-sabotage and hidden enemies, but it's also isolation. It's removing yourself from people. And that's one thing I really want you to see here. You got isolation. Not even isolation, you got these cards with only one figure, one person. All right? Other than what's in your challenge area. And that would be reconnecting with people as well, or just connecting. And this is a card of legacy, of generations of family, of, things being passed down, inheritance, things like that. So you're actually really, really good. I would just say it really starts here. That Knight of Pentacles, whatever you're doing day to day, something's going to change or something has to change. Okay? That's what the universe is saying in order to get here. Your big message. Welcome to the end for your new beginning. All right. Thanks so much, Aries. All right. Now, let me take this away. And I'm going to see if I can do this video without even... Let's see. Taurus. Let me just pull up. Okay. Taurus, listen, Taurus, Sun, Moon, and Rising, you're amazing. You're absolutely amazing. There's a lot happening, as you know, okay? There's, and I left this up here today, Tuesday. If you're watching this on Tuesday, Mercury conjunct the South Node. Mercury will conjunct Regulus and Virgo as well. So a lot of family energy. All right. Mercury conjunct Regulus. Remember, you're going to feel that up until Thursday. Okay. Up until the eclipse. You got the sun there as well. So it's a triple conjunction pretty much. And Virgo. So Virgo rules your 5th house. It's almost like you're shifting from a place of like all this energy from your heart, right? There's something that had to change with home and family and your, emotional foundation with Mercury conjunct the South Node. And there's something you probably thought, something that you probably said, but now you're at a place where you're like, okay, I feel really good. I feel a little bit more free. I feel that I can express myself. And you will likely say some things, all right? You're likely going to say some things. I wouldn't be surprised if it was with, relationship. Maybe you're even putting it out there in the ether. If you're single, yeah, I'm gonna get that dude. Yeah. Virgo rules your 5th house. So it's very interesting because Virgo is very like that, like I play by the books. I'm the researcher. I need to know the data. But your 5th house is all about just having fun. And so it's really just kind of putting things in order for you. And yeah, there may be some words that are said. Some of y'all having babies. Did I mention that? Congratulations. That could be the announcement as well. With Mercury conjunct Regulus, conjunct the Sun, in your 5th, I wouldn't be surprised. All right? If not, it truly is at that 0 degree point, the birth of something new. So that's why I say speaking something into the ether. Very big 5th house energy. So true love, family, romance, children, creative projects, maybe even something entrepreneurial is, there's something brewing there. Now, Thursday, the 27th, the eclipse. Here's the thing. And remember, it's happening a little after midnight. This is a big one. You've got a lot happening with this eclipse, but generally what I see what's happening for you is like it does look like there's going to be some adjustments and changes with what you thought you wanted for your future, like your future hopes and dreams and goals. I'm not saying it's ending. I'm saying there just may be some adjustments here. Because it's a Jupiter-ruled eclipse. And Jupiter actually natively rules your 8th. So when I say changes, they may be deep. They may be deep. They may be, this brand new you. Brand new you, knowing that you are growing through your relationship with others, whether it is a friendship, whether it's, your lover, business partner. There's something here. There's something really intimate about the 8th house. I wouldn't be surprised if there's something here with inheritance. You have so much family stuff happening. And, that's really what the 8th house is, right? So I think of like generations, but inheritance comes in a lot of different forms. There's definitely like loans, taxes, and shared bank accounts, things like there might be some attention here, as in adjustments or yes, even endings. But at the same time, you've got these Uranus squares. And so there is going to be a lot of emphasis on money in your relationships, okay? Especially your relationships. I would not be surprised if there's something here that challenges your sense of self-worth, self-value, okay? But just remember, there's a lot of mutable energy. The eclipse, right, is in Pisces. It's Jupiter ruled. Jupiter rules Pisces, but also Sagittarius. And then you got the Sun and Mercury and Virgo and Uranus, right? The square there, Uranus and Gemini, that's all the mutable signs. So just expect change, all right? Some of it can be surprising, all right? With the Uranus squares, something with income, salary, finances, your resources, your sense of self-worth, self-value, but you will say some words. Now, Monday the 31st, Jupiter in Leo will trine Saturn in Aries. This one is a little different for you. And it might feel that, it's great. Jupiter in Leo is your 4th, right? So again, a lot of attention that's happening with home, family, your foundations, real estate, property matters. You have Jupiter there. Jupiter expands. That's why just a lot of y'all having kids. Or you're moving into bigger places, but trine Saturn kind of just makes it permanent, right? Or long lasting. I wouldn't say permanent, but long lasting. In it for the long haul. And this is one of the best aspects. I absolutely love this for you. Saturn in Aries is your 12th house. So there's something here that you could have been dreaming about. There could be something here where whatever's being built is happening behind the scenes. Like the universe is like working for you right now. You might have no idea, right? You might find out at the end of, you're going to feel Jupiter trine Saturn for, days before, days after. But it feels more spiritual. And it feels like something that's more fulfilling in a, it's like a higher calling, but also like baseline. What's meaningful to you? That's what's being built. Okay? You've got your 12th house active. Saturn natively rules your 9th house. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was something here that you were signing as well. I would be if there was something here that was just you knowing you're becoming wiser. Yeah? Jupiter's really expanding that, really blessing this area. Travel, publishing, online stuff, foreign people, foreign cultures, foreign land, and broadcasting. I mean, there's something here that your message is going to get pretty big. It can go really far, and it does feel like there's something really official about it. Just remember, September 1st, Mars in Cancer will square Saturn in Aries. You might feel that on Monday. Okay? We'll talk more about it in your September forecast. Just remember, those planets don't do well in those signs. And, this eclipse, honestly, there's something about your future hopes and dreams. Maybe something about how you want to support others, how you want to contribute to the collective, to humanity. There may be some changes, okay? Or adjustments. It could even be like, some friends, people that are eclipse out of your life. But I think I explained this to you with what y'all are going through. There's so much more focus put in different areas of your life that it's almost like you're just at a point where some friendships of yours are just, you know how you just stop talking and you just outgrown that friendship, kind of like that, or a community, organization you belong to, There may be something here with social media that can really amplify what you have to say. So remember, just be very mindful of what you put out there into the ether. Now, let's see what's going on for you. You're going to get a sneak peek of my new signature spread that's in the works. We'll debut it in your September forecast, but let's see. Taurus, Sun, Moon, and Rising. I want to make sure you can see this. All right, so it is going to be a 6-card spread. All right. Taurus, the other thing, by the way, is just to let you know in advance, when you get to September, and this is what I love about what's happening for you, when you get to September, we're going to have a new moon in Virgo in your 5th house. So a lot of y'all, it's like a new relationship, getting married, finding, soulmate, falling in love, having a baby. It's your 5th, right? Maybe there's some movement on a creative project. Very, very nice. All right. So, okay, let's see. Oh, Taurus. Okay. All right. So, here's the thing. First card. You have the 9 of Cups. It's great. But this card is attributed to what you still have to release. And so, 2 things here. A, you've got Neptune retrograde. You have Chiron retrograde in your sign at that 0 degree point. Neptune retrograde in Aries, your 12th house. And then you've got this lunar eclipse that's really potent. That's square Uranus, right? Mercury square Uranus as well. This is based, and all that Leonine energy that you're coming out of, even Mercury conjunct the South Node in Leo at 29 degrees. Well, okay. So this is basically saying there's something that you're probably, hoping for, wanting. And this is saying you have to temper expectations around it. All right. There's something there that, and I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but there may be a delay. There may be something here where there may be a little bit of like, let me really, really think about it. Remember, Saturn's going to bring those reality checks this week. You got Neptune still in a fog. You've got Chiron in your sign at 0 degrees asking you to work on past wounds, to work on yourself, you in your relationships, how you feel about your relationships in general, finances, security, comfort, things like that. And so even though it's a great card, it is saying that you still have to release almost these expectations of this fantasy, right? And I'm not saying that that's you. I'm saying that you're in a place right now where just the cosmic setup, it does feel like there's maybe this blur between, what's ideal and what's realistic, okay? You have the Four of Swords. And this is where you're at now. So, take that time. You got Saturn in your 12th. Great. You have Neptune in your 12th. Great. You have Chiron in your sign. Great. You have this lunar eclipse in your 11th. Where, again, something about what you want for your future, it's going to be adjusted. In fact, the Nine of Cups is attributed to Jupiter and Pisces. Remember, Jupiter is the ancient ruler of Pisces. This is a Jupiter-ruled eclipse. All right? So there is a lot of blessings around it and gaining wisdom. And you are allowing that to happen with that Four of Swords. And a lot of this may have to do with work and colleagues as well for some of you when it comes to that Nine of Cups. There is something here. Remember, you still have Venus in Libra, by the way. That rules your 6. That's Virgo's home. And then the Four of Swords. It says this stillness of mind. So really pay attention to that Mercury Cazimi. All right? That's going to happen around 1 p.m. on Thursday. Have that clarity that you need, because the Eight of Swords is what's still challenging you. So you've got Saturn extremely active this week. Okay? Jupiter trine Saturn. September 1st, Mars in Cancer will square Saturn in Aries, which you will feel on the 31st. You've got that. But you have an eclipse in Pisces. Pisces' modern ruler is Neptune that rules that 12th house. And so still, there is something here upstairs. Yeah? You throw in the fact that you got Mercury in its strongest place right now in Virgo. That's a lot of, almost kind of like there's a little bit of the higher mind and the physical mind. And how do I make these two work? Yeah? That Eight of Swords is also known as a self-victim card. Remember, Lunar Eclipse in Pisces. What did I say? It's all about surrender. It's, known for, that Pisces energy is like victim energy. But then your 12th house, which is Pisces home, right? That's so active with Saturn being so active and Saturn being limitations and restrictions in your 12th house of self-sabotage. What are you doing, right here? What are you doing where you're telling yourself, I can't do this? Where you're ignoring things that you know you need to see. Yeah? This full moon will illuminate. And so don't doubt yourself. And I know that's easier said than done. but just see what happens with this eclipse. More importantly, have that clarity, all right, with the Mercury Cazimi. And even the days moving up to it, there's a sense of authority. You got Mercury conjunct Regulus, the kingmaker, the, you know, honor and recognition and eminence. And so there's great things happening, but it could be so new to you. You're like, all right. So this is basically saying just don't get in your own way, especially up here. Now, you all, let's see. Yeah. Wow. So this card is attributed to the eclipse. Look at that. You have the Ace of Swords. Wow. All right. So you're going to be fine. Just use that. The Ace of Swords, this is really interesting because this is attributed to the eclipse, right? The eclipse with 2 T-squares with Uranus and Gemini, communication, all right? You also have Ceres and Mars in Cancer. Ceres, remember, is part of this eclipse. And we'll talk about it in the bonus spread, but or the frequency spread. But Cancer rules your 3rd house of the mind and communication. Gemini is home. So, what does that mean? Ace of Swords, breakthrough. Huge mental breakthrough. Your awakening, your aha moment, all of that, okay? That is going to happen anyway with the eclipse. Surprises, the unexpected, but there's your mental breakthrough, okay? That leads you on this new path, that path that you're meant to be on. Up here, okay? You even see the crown, right? When I say Mercury conjuncts Regulus, the kingmaker, the king, there you go, all right? You're going to be wearing that crown. Be open to it, though, all right? Don't close yourself off to it. Be receptive. There may be something here that the universe, it's a hand of spirit, it's the ace, bringing you something, all right? So there may be something you hear, something you see, something you think about, but there's definitely, it looks like there's news coming through. Something that is going to break you free. I mean, this card is all about success. Yeah, and it may be you, by the way. You might say something that you needed to say. All right, let's see. Look at that. You have the 9 of Pentacles. You're good. You're fine. You're good. You're amazing. That's great. 9 of Pentacles is attributed to Venus and Virgo. It's a Virgo card. We're in Virgo season, your 5th house. There is this sense of just growth that you're going to have, you're going to feel. It's really exciting. 9 of Pentacles. This card is attributed to Jupiter trine Saturn. All right? It's such a special aspect. Again, it's been over a decade, right? We did have that mini one. It didn't perfect, though. Anyway, that was like 2 years ago. But anyway, 9 of Pentacles, all about wealth, success. This is you really feeling good. This is money, wealth. Wealth comes in a lot of forms. Pentacles can be your physical reality as well. But you do see that your ruler, Venus, is all over her gown. And so, relationships, money, creativity, creative projects. But there is a sense of like self-sufficiency, okay? Like, I got this. I earned my spot here. I worked hard for this. So that's how you want to feel, all right? Not blocking yourself. Clear the mind. And then stop it. 10 of Pentacles. All right. You're good. You're fine. This card is your big message. It's like your big takeaway. It's like what you need to know. What is the universe trying to tell you? Like, well, you're going to be fine. You're moving into a place of like your legacy, of proper success, of yeah, I made it, I know it, I earned it, I feel good, I don't feel restricted, I don't feel like anything is like holding me back because I put myself here. All right, this is really amazing because once you make it here, you're on that frequency where naturally, you move straight into that 10 of Pentacles, which is all about your legacy. It's all about success, prosperity, all of it. This is, your kingdom come. You see there's family energy, relationship energy. You see the harvest. You're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. So your big message is like you have a lot to look forward to. But again, this is saying like you might be, you know, in a place where I say like temper expectations. It really is because of the eclipse with the double T square. So some things are going to change, but you see that you're going to be fine as long as you don't get in your own way upstairs. Yeah. But most importantly, you don't let anyone put you there. You're going to be fine. Yeah. Huge breakthrough. You're good. That eclipse is setting you free. That's also like financial freedom. That's also like if you are looking to retire, that 9 of Pentacles is a really good sign. Okay. Remember that this eclipse is all about endings, new beginnings. You see that happening here with that Ace of Swords and the 10 of Pentacles, 101, new beginnings. So Taurus, amazing. Thanks so much. I will see you very soon for the September. And by the way, did you see the card that you got? Look at the main video. All right, for the rest of August, the other video where I did those little previews, I pulled a card. You see that it just makes sense. Yeah. All right, Taurus, thank you so much. Now I'm gonna move on to Gemini. All right. Gemini, I'm doing this in a way where I got a dog in my arm. I have all these things in my back, and I'm trying to just get this up. Gemini, y'all are so funny. Gemini, listen, you are definitely, this is like your week. I hope you know that. This is your week. And I say that because it's Mercury's week, and Mercury is, you know, your ruler. So if you are watching this on Tuesday, Mercury, South Node conjunction, 29 degrees Leo, that is your third house. You heard something. You heard something. There was something you heard. There was email you received. Game changing. Okay? There's something that's just, there's a shift that might be pretty big. Might have something to do with something that you've been dealing with since, you know, late July. All right. So that's really great. If it's news that's, you know, it's 29 degrees. It's your third house. So whatever it is, A, Mercury's your ruler. You can handle it. You're a Gemini. B, it doesn't look like that. It looks like there's something here that needed to be said, or something that you needed to hear. Now, remember, Mercury conjunct Regulus and Virgo, that same day, okay? Today, 0 degrees. And remember, the sun is there too, triple conjunction. You're going to feel this up until like Thursday, the eclipse. Now, Virgo rules your 4th. So there's something here with home and family. It could be you as a parent. It could be you as a mother, father, with Regulus, right? The king, the kingmaker, the authority. There's success here for you. All right, this sense of eminence, and again, 0 degrees, the birth of something new. What are you speaking into the ether? What like news did you receive that was like really official? Real estate, property matters, that's part of this, as well as just your emotional foundation, what you want for your home life. That has to do with your daily routines. There could be some changes, like if you're working from home, or if you are working at an office and want to work from home. But either way, Mercury conjunct Regulus and Virgo, that's big. That's really big. Just know that there may be something here, home, family related. I would even also, I mean, that Leo energy is still so strong. I wouldn't be surprised if there's something here with siblings. Yeah, are you reaching? One of them might reach out. If you're watching this after, maybe they did. Yeah. Remember, this is you're gonna feel this up until the eclipse. Now, Thursday is the eclipse. It's actually Friday night or Friday morning. It's Thursday night, just a little after midnight. You're feeling it now. It's Tuesday, you're already feeling it. The reason why is because this is it's basically the most mutable eclipse that you've had in a really long time. And you're part of it. Uranus is in your sign. And we've never had an eclipse like this, okay? That's squaring Uranus in your sign. Sun, Mercury, squaring Uranus in your sign. Mercury, your ruler, all right? The lower octave of Uranus. So the fact that you have the Sun and Mercury in Virgo, Uranus in your sign, the eclipse in Pisces, it's a Jupiter-ruled eclipse. Jupiter also natively rules Sagittarius, your 7th house. So when you do the math, when you look at everything here, there's a lot that has to do with career. You've reached a point. All right. Oh, I didn't give you I didn't do the opening thing. Did I? Well, so as I said in the intro, this is a new format, okay? Due to medical issues, spine issues, I can't sit for long periods of time. Adjusting to medication, so just know that we will see how long this goes, but you see how the South Node and eclipses have already come, knocking on my door, okay? I am a Gemini rising, 0 degrees. So the 10th house, Pisces rules my 10th. So you see things are changing, right? And even Virgo season, that we won't even get into it. Really good and legendary members, by the way, for the bonus spread, the frequency spread with the asteroids, planetoids, etc. Remember to take a screenshot of your spread because of this new format that I'm still trying to figure out. And then lastly, this is the 1-year anniversary of GreatAwakener.com. Signature sale, enormous discount. All that information is in the description box and the link to my super secret information pack slide decks, which you won't find anything like these online. But anyway, there's a link for you. Anniversary gift to you, to thank you, all right, for all your kindness, your support, your patience as I navigate this reset too. Now, here's the thing. Just looking at where we were at the eclipse. So, yeah, changes. Career, the way that you're perceived, your reputation, if you're not here for career, right? There's something enormous about this that it's right on your 10th and then your 4th as well. So there is going to be energy around your career. It looks like something's ending. All right. Like I said, with the South Node conjunctions, this eclipse, the reset that you're going through, there are going to be changes. And I'm not saying they're bad. I'm just saying get prepared. Uranus in your sign that's squaring this eclipse, you might the changes might come from you. All right. As in you unexpectedly quit your job on the day of the eclipse. I've told the story how I've done that. I didn't plan it. This happened years ago. I never planned it. It just happened out of nowhere. I was like, what am I doing? That's what I was thinking as I was telling my, boss that I was leaving. Like, it came out of nowhere. That's what eclipses do. When you've got Uranus in your sign for the first time in 84 years, you, out of all the signs, you truly have no idea what's going to happen with this eclipse. You've never experienced this. You've never experienced Uranus in your sign squaring an eclipse. So the fact that Uranus is all about the unexpected and surprises, expect them. All right? So that's why I'm saying don't make any, plans. Don't sign anything. There's going to be some surprises, especially contracts and agreements and partnerships. Those may be in the mix as well. Marriage, just letting you know, that might be in the mix as well. All right. Remember, you have the moon in Aquarius, conjunct the North Node in your ninth. There's a lot of y'all that have been thinking about your relationships, maybe even second marriage as well, dating, even business. There's so much paperwork when I see what's going on for you. There's so much paperwork, Gemini. But again, this is moving you on the path that you need to be on. And then Monday the 31st, Jupiter in Leo will trine Saturn in Aries. I would have to say this is one of the best aspects for you in a really long time. Yeah? Remember, even during your Jupiter return from 2024 to 2025, you were robbed a little bit. Yeah, I hate to say it, but this trine with Jupiter and Saturn, remember, this is the harvest of what you planted December 2020 with a Jupiter-Saturn conjunction. All right? Through that cycle, is a 20-year cycle, we had Jupiter square Saturn. And that happened to be during your celestial year when you had Jupiter in your sign. Every sign gets Jupiter, the planet of luck and good fortune, for a year. But Jupiter squared Saturn for, I would have to, it was a good couple chunks of months. Remember, there's retrograde, so you had it 3 times. So this is like almost like an enormous gift. It's almost like I forgive you. This is Saturn. Saturn and Jupiter. Forgive us. We're going to give you something really special here with Saturn and Aries. Wow. It's going to be some big changes. I would pay attention for you. Social media. Something could go really viral. Business that you launch. What a great time when you have Mercury, your ruler, that you share with Virgo, in its best place ever for the year. All about signatures and agreements and contracts. There's some that are ending. There's some new ones that are happening. So really big eclipse for you. But again, Jupiter trine Saturn it's so nice. That payoff, it's amazing. Saturn in Aries is your 11th. Something here with your future hopes, long-term goals. There's something here. Saturn's cementing for you. This is honestly, let me just see something real quick. There's something bigger here for you. Let me just double check. This is pretty big. But when we get to the 31st, okay, so here's the thing. This is going to be a big day, not just because of Jupiter trine Saturn in Aries in your 11th. Saturn natively rules your 8th house, which is, deepening your relationships. It's also death and rebirth. You're going to have that at the time of the eclipse where things end and new things begin. 8th house is also building your wealth. There's money involved here. Jupiter expands. Jupiter is also profit, but this would be not through your income, but through like royalties, passive income, inheritance, investments. That's lit. As well as friendships and groups and associations. It feels like there's some progress here. All right? If you felt like there was some things that were restricted. Now, the last thing about this is that I'm looking at what's going on this day, and it does look like, yeah. Uranus is in your sign at this point, like 5 degrees of 40 minutes. And so when I look at what's going on for you specifically, you still have Uranus in your sign, sextile Neptune in Aries, and trine Pluto in Aquarius. Remember, this is all part of the, civilization reset, the prison portal. And it's still, Uranus is still, mini connecting with Jupiter. I mean, that is a pretty big orb. But you're still kind of feeling that. So you still have that Uranus-Jupiter sextile that you felt in July. It's not going to be as strong, but there's this promise here. All these amazing aspects that are happening underneath everything. So this does feel pretty significant, okay? Just be mindful, September 1st, Mars in Cancer square Saturn in Aries as well. So there really might be something here. A little bit of a restriction, maybe something with money and finances that you might be feeling. There's also, I'm going to just have to say, there may be a friend of yours, someone that you know, someone that you work with as well, might do something a little bit deceitful, might be doing something a little bit, like not cool. And even just may show true colors. All right. So, Gemini, you excited for my new spread? My signature spread. Well, I mean, this is gonna be. It's still in the works. It's still in the works. Oh wait, that one goes there. And then, yeah, I would just say like some of y'all are gonna be moving September. There's a lot happening for you in September too. Oh yeah, you can take I did a September overview. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Wow. Oh my gosh. Okay. This is so insane. Every sign has been okay, so this is easy. Like, come on. 2 of Cups. Come on. Listen, this is a great card. A lot of passion here. This is a card of true love, of romance, of soulmate energy. Like, I can't do this without you, or, I can't quit you. Yeah. It is almost like a new one that's in the works, or one that you've been in. It can be romantic, it can be platonic, it can be business, wherever that is for you. All right. But there is a sense of like, we're in it for the long term. Here's the thing. For my spread, the signature spread, this card is attributed to what you still have to release. So there's a partnership here. Okay? There's a partnership here. Remember, your 7th house is roped in to this eclipse. You got a double mutable T-square. But it brings in your 7th house by default, because Jupiter rules your 7th of love and marriage and partnerships. So it does look like, you got Venus in Taurus, right? Venus in Libra in your 5th. So if there's anything, yeah, it could be relationships. It could be a phase in a relationship. It could be something that you've talked about in a relationship, whether business, love, marriage, personal relationship, where it just hasn't happened yet. It still has to happen. That kind of energy. It's like you have to still close something out, or the relationship has to end. And it's something that you know, but you haven't done yet. So it can be even something bigger than that. I mean, this is that way. You got an eclipse with Jupiter trine Saturn. So, yeah. You got to make room for the Jupiter-Saturn trine. Now, you go straight to the 3 of Cups. That's where you're at now. So you're in the stage of something new, and you know it, and you're excited about it, and it might have to do with other people involved. All right. And remember, you have a lot of that family energy. It could be with relatives. There's something here. This is a joyful card, the 3 of Cups. It's all about celebrating, bonding, right? 3 being a vibration of the Empress, the birth of new things. So even though that's happening, there's still something here. You really got to cut the cord. All right. Now, you have the 3 of Pentacles. Okay. This is what's challenging you. And so it's almost like there's 3 of Pentacles is like, this is literally Jupiter trine Saturn. It's you starting something new, starting a new job, launching your own business, definitely working with others. It is a card of like teamwork, but there's also structure here. There's this promise of stability of whatever you're building toward. And so that would be your challenge. So do you see what's happening here? You work with that, this becomes less of a challenge. Yeah? It's almost like, yeah, I got the, money, the investments for, the cookie company that I'm going to launch. And I'm going to bring in, my sister, who's really good at accounting. I make her the, accounting person. But in the back of your head, you're like, all right. That's the challenge. Okay? So something has to change here in order for that Three of Pentacles to work. Because then it just goes like up and down. So keep that in mind. And it doesn't have to do, it can be a contract or an agreement as well. As in, yeah, I got that job offer at, McDonald's, but I work at Wendy's. Well, you got to cut that contract for this to work. All right. Now, or Chick-fil-A. Anyway, let's see. You, yeah. Okay, perfect. King of Swords. Great. Amazing. There you go. This card is attributed to the eclipse in your 10th house. That King of Swords, remember what's happening that day? Mercury Cazimi, that clarity, that sense of authority with Mercury conjunct Regulus. This is perfect. So for the eclipse, there's something here where you're taking charge. It could be you as an authority. It could be you saying something that you need to say, something that people are waiting for you. They need to hear a message from you, or you're getting a message, but you're being a boss about it. Here's the thing. His sword tilted. Yeah. It looks like you're the one that's ready to, all right? You're the one that's going to take action. Anything that has to go. Anything that's also taking up too much headspace, right? Now, the other thing would be this card is attributed to Jupiter trine Saturn, all right? Wow. I can't believe this. You got Justice. You're good. I don't even know what to say. Well, actually, here's the thing. Justice, I mean, congratulations. A lot of y'all getting married. But, and when I say that, it's like this week is when you get the, like, proposal or whatever, right? But this is with Jupiter trine Saturn in your 11th, Jupiter and Leo in your 3rd. Remember, there's still something you've got to release. Interesting. So, partnership. Okay? Contract. Jupiter trine Saturn is in your favor. So, you're getting one. I think that I told you that in your preview, too. There's like everything here. It's like you're signing something or agreeing to something. There's something here. There's your affirmation with Justice. Things working in your favor as well. But then also at the same time, it is the Judge. You got the Judge with the King of Swords. And so it feels like you're going to make a very decisive move. If you're not here for career, contracts, anything like that, it may be the end of a relationship. Okay? And that's a blessing you need, but you're good. It's if there's anything legal involved, any legal stuff, which it does look like. I remember Uranus is still trine Pluto in your sign. You have the North Node in Aquarius, your 9th house, Sagittarius, 7th house, and then you've got Venus and Libra, your 5th. Like, it does look like it's going to be just something that could be official, yeah, that you've been waiting for in a good way. Now, last card is your the message you need to hear, like what the universe needs to tell you. You're good. You're fine. You're Queen of Wands. This is like the takeaway card. Like, you're gonna be fine. Look at this. Look at all that authority. Okay, as long as there's something here that, yeah, that's taking up all that space, you gotta. This is amazing. Queen of Swords. Queen of Wands. Full of passion. She's the one who's so regal, right? She's the one that people gravitate toward. And she's the one who's so charming. She gets whatever she wants. She's got that power. In fact, you see, she holds a sunflower. You see the sunflowers in her throne? Yeah. These are the sunflowers that appear in the sun card. Therefore, she has the powers of the sun. That's radiance, opportunity, life force, everything. And so have that confidence. That's what she is. But she's also the most social queen. And you're the most social sign. So go out there and open doors. Go out there and communicate. Just do not commit to anything during this eclipse because, again, changes are possible. All right. Just wait the day after, 2 days after. You're going to be fine. Anyway, Gemini, you're good. You're good. I will see you soon. That's amazing. That's amazing. All right. Thank you, Gemini. Now, I have to let me pause this. Hello, Cancer, Sun, Moon, and Rising. The rest of August, let's jump right in. So yes, as I said in the intro, working with this new format for now due to complications with my spine, medical issues, different medications that I'm adjusting to. Just know that this is temporary, and I hope you realize that I do love doing your longer forecasts. I hope you see my passion and commitment, but as you can see, the South Node and the eclipses have already come knocking at my door. So we'll see where they take me. Really good and legendary members for the bonus spread, the frequency spread. Yeah, we're going to talk about a lot of things that are happening with you. This is insane. But anyway, remember to take a screenshot for your spread. And then lastly, this is the 1 year anniversary of Great Awakener. Thank you, everybody. This has been so much fun, very exciting. Bringing back our signature sale, that enormous discount. All the information is in the description box, the link, and the link to my super secret information packed slide deck. That we do these slide decks in Great Awakener. If you're not a member, you won't find anything like them online. They're special. And so I'll leave a link for that, the one that I did on Eclipses, just for you. A little anniversary gift. And thank you, everybody, for all your kindness, your support, your patience as I navigate my reset with you. And I'm living proof these eclipses can really throw you for a loop. Now, here's the thing, Cancer. Tuesday, which is today, Mercury will have already conjuncted the South Node, 29 degrees Leo. Listen, this is just a longer storyline for you anyway, with the fact that Chiron is in Taurus. So Mercury conjuncted Regulus as well, 0 degrees. Potent, right? The birth of something new here. And the sun is here as well. So it's a triple conjunction, to be honest. You're going to feel this up until Thursday. All right. So what does all this mean? Well, Mercury, the South Node in Leo, that's your second house. So money, salary, your income. There could have been some focus there, emphasis there, as well as Mercury conjuncting Regulus and Virgo. That is your third house. Out of all the signs, wow. You have something to say. You have something on your mind. There's something here where it can bring you that honor, that eminence, success that you've been seeking. It could be an agreement. It could be a contract. It could be a verbal agreement. It could be that validation that you needed to hear. Whatever it is, again, you use it today, Tuesday, but also you'll feel it up until Thursday, the day of the eclipse. Now, speaking of the eclipse, on Thursday, August 27th, remember, it's just after midnight, okay? So 27th, 28th, depending on where you live, but it's an eclipse. You're literally feeling it now, okay? You will feel it days after, because Friday the 28th, you see the sun, Mercury, the squares to Uranus, which are basically baked in to this midnight eclipse in Pisces. So, this eclipse in Pisces, your 9th house, but it's Jupiter ruled. Yeah? Jupiter natively rules your 6th, which is Virgo's home. So, it looks like there's something here that's ending with work, your normal routines through Virgo season. This eclipse is actually trine your sign, and it's Jupiter ruled. So that's great. Your 9th house, where you're imparting wisdom, where you're going back to school, someone's going back to school, some of y'all are getting married, second marriage, maybe a proposal with all the Mercury, and Virgo activity that you've had, Mercury being in its strongest position in Virgo. Your 9th house is also travel. There could be something here with travel, publishing. There's something as in ending for a new beginning. So let's say you're writing a book, right? You finish. It's your lunar eclipse moment, okay? The next step would be looking for an agent. So that's how this is going to play out. But again, with the squares to Uranus, it does feel like a lot of different news, information could come through. A lot of it could be you as well. Pay attention to your dreams. Remember, Gemini, Uranus and Gemini. Gemini rules are 12th, all right? The subconscious, it's Pisces home as well. The subconscious, rest and retreat. Yeah, hidden matters, intuition, spirituality. Grabbing a ruby. So keep that in mind. And even it's Jupiter ruled, so much at play here with the Sun and Mercury and Virgo. You got Uranus and Gemini. You got the eclipse in Pisces. Jupiter ruled. Jupiter natively rules your, 6th house, Sagittarius. That's all the mutable signs. Be flexible. Please be flexible. The reason I say that is because here's the thing, Cancer, you've got Mars in your sign. Maybe you've been a little impatient. Maybe you feel a little bit frustrated. Maybe things are not going as fast as you want, especially when it comes to career and work. And I would even say a little bit of, relationships, partnerships, contracts. All right. So the fact that you have Ceres in your sign, Ceres is, where's she at? 4 degrees. So that's what we're going to talk about in the second spread, the bonus spread, where we talk about asteroids, fixed stars, lunations, planetoids like Ceres, who is Virgo's dwarf planet, okay? All about nurturing in a sign that nurtures yours. What does this mean? Well, Ceres creates a wedge with the eclipse, all right? That people are going to be coming to you. People are going to be coming to you. You're going to want to nurture others. Ruby, let's see if you can keep that here. There you go. Good. Oh, yeah. There you go. Okay. So, it's going to be eye-opening for you. This 9th house. Really lit with the eclipse. As you know, the moon is your ruler. You're really going to feel this. But it does feel spiritual. The awakening that you have, the wake-up call, it looks very spiritual for you. Your 9th and your 12th activated. Something is ending in terms of a contract. Something is ending as in it's very likely a relationship could be ending as well, especially in the workplace. And again, something... it does... Let me just see. You might post something online on social media Your social media houses are really active, but it looks like something that's like cathartic, something healing. All right. So you could also read something that helps you. Now, Monday, the 31st, Jupiter in Leo will trine Saturn in Aries. So this is also very special. It's one of the best aspects of the year. We haven't had it in over a decade. And you've got Saturn and Aries in your 10th house of career. Yeah. So Saturn, sure. He tests you, right? Saturn is karma. Saturn's life lessons. You've got to do the Saturn thing for the next 2 years, which is when he tests you, he's going to put in those limitations, those restrictions. A lot of it's going to have to do with relationships in career, business partners. It could even be you and your lover, your significant other. Maybe y'all are thinking about doing something to get recognized, like power couple energy. Whatever it is, Jupiter is blessing this area in a really big way. Jupiter in Leo. Yeah, that's your second house of money. Okay, finances, salary, income. And then Jupiter Leo trying Saturn and Aries in your 10th house of career, which is amazing. Saturn natively rules your 7th, your opposite sign. And so it brings in that element of partnerships, relationships, love, marriage. But again, it just feels like there's something official with contracts or maybe a commitment that you have. Just be very mindful. There may be something here that comes in strong, even though this is one of the best aspects. Remember, the day after, you have Mars in your sign that's going to square Saturn in Aries. So there may be something here with an authority you don't see eye to eye with. Maybe you're the authority. Maybe there's some uprising like, we want to give our customers more fries. You got to expand the limit. Something, like just, I would just be very mindful of this. But Jupiter is definitely blessing your second house of income. Even relationships, if you're not working. Second house is, resources, just the things that you value, material possessions as well. So it does look really, really nice. And again, if you're not here for a career, there's some sense of recognition, especially because Leo has that energy spotlight, right? It is in your 10th house of fame. So there's something here that Saturn's going to build long term. Looks really, really, really good. It's just that please keep an eye out on Mars in your sign. That's going to square Saturn and Aries the next day. But let's see what's going on. And again, not the best time to commit to anything until the eclipse is over. So Monday 31st, there could be something presented to you, and it could be like your dream job or whatever it is, but like sit with it. All right, give it some time with that Mars Saturn square as well. So, and again, like I said, people are coming to you. You have Ceres in your sign. Ceres is the wedge here. Okay, Cancer. Oh, how many is that? That's your spread. Well, oh my gosh, Ruby. Okay, there's 4 cards. We're gonna consider them bonus cards. The universe saying, Cancer's got to know this. All right, so you're gonna get a sneak peek of my new signature spread while I navigate this time period. It's in the works, but yeah, I'll debut it September, which is very soon. And yeah, time is speeding up. All right, Cancer, the other thing is you might have some really nice healing, cathartic, freeing conversations with friends or groups. Okay? That looks really, really, really nice. Just don't get frustrated, all right? With Mars in your sign. But I do love that Chiron and Taurus in your 11th connecting with all the Mercury aspects at the beginning of the week. Anyway, let's see here. Yeah, okay. There you go. Yeah. So, you got the Devil. This card is attributed to what you still have to release. Remember what I said, this rest of August, still, this is actually a flashpoint of release. Coming after all those South Node conjunctions, and then you have the Lunar Eclipse, the Devil, all right? So it does look like I said earlier, partnership, something has to change there, all right? It could be you and your views on a partnership, relationship, how you feel about a certain relationship. This could also represent codependency. It could represent, I have a friends with benefit situation with Rob. But secretly, I, want to fall in love and have a family. Well, it looks like you should probably stop putting all that energy into Rob, right? Like, still, there's something here that you're going to have to release, all right? And the thing is, you see the two people from the Lover's card chained to the Devil. They can break free. Those chains are loose. You have to know what you're breaking free from. There's something that's got this grip on you, okay? And so keep that in mind. A lot of it's you just exerting energy into something, likely a relationship, partnership, something that you know that's not good for you. There's also addictions, obsessions, things like that. We gotta let it go because you got the Four of Cups. This card is attributed to where you're at now. And so you're in a place where you feel maybe unsatisfied. I did say with Mars in your sign, which is about to have a really big aspect with Saturn, squaring Saturn in Aries, it does look like there might be a little bit of frustration, a little bit of like, you know what? All these good things are supposed to happen, but they're not happening to me. Why are they not happening, right? That's the lunar eclipse in Pisces, okay? Remember I talked about that victim energy, that self-sabotage energy as well. Uranus and Gemini, that's squaring the eclipse, the double T-square. Gemini rules your 12th house of self-sabotage. Keep that in mind, okay? Uranus is breakthroughs. You can use these aspects. This is all about mind over matter. This is having that gratitude for what you have in your life. Not focusing on what you lack, focusing on what you have and appreciating that, right? That's what it's saying. And this is actually your card. Four Cups is attributed to the Moon in Cancer. That's why this card is really strong. The Moon is your ruler, all right? At home, which is strong. And then there you go. The Emperor. What's challenging you? What's in your way? Well, it looks like there's going to be someone that is somewhat of an authority who maybe is the bottleneck for what you're seeking, all right? It could be a boss, it could be your manager, it could be a father, it could be a father figure. There's someone here. And this really speaks to Mars square Saturn, all right? Mars being in your sign. So the other thing is, yeah, it could be you. It could be you as that authority figure, as that role model, that spiritual warrior. Or, here's the other thing, it could be that this is where you want to be. You can't get there yet because you're still holding on to this. Yeah? The Emperor is mastery of self. So, just keep that in mind. There's partnerships, even career here, love, but ultimately, it's you. You got to release something, all right? Now, this card is attributed to the Eclipse. Oh, Nine of Pentacles. Everyone's getting the Nine of Pentacles. Wow. Very interesting, because the Nine of Pentacles is a Virgo card. It's attributed to Venus and Virgo, second decan. Yep. You see the symbol of Venus all over her gown. And so the eclipse, yeah, remember, that's with Uranus there, eclipses being endings, there's something here that has to end, yeah? And remember, it is your 9th house, pulling in that 6th house as well. And then your 12th house, just very active. So, oh, and your 3rd. So what does this mean? What does all this mean? Well, a lot of it is just the way that you see things, all right? Your belief system. This is something that you could have, but you have to believe it, okay? Even if there's delays, even if there's a sense of like, I haven't got what I want, well, use this eclipse. Let it illuminate. What do you have to go? Or what do you have to release? Why is it so hard, right? Those type of questions, then you'll get a solution, right? And so the 9 of Pentacles being attributed to the eclipse, really amazing because she's free. She earned her spot. She worked hard to get there. And so this is really great because all you have to do is surrender. And it being your 9th house, there is a sense of, you know, your belief system, how you see things. Remember, we're working with things that are outdated. And it's even the way that you used to do things or the way that you thought. You're like, well, this used to work, you know, before. Things are changing, right? This eclipse is a big spotlight. Your 3rd house, really active. Again, say the things you have to say. All right? There's a lot, but also up here, clearing. Oh, and the other thing is, she is very, you know, independent. This is someone who, you know, obviously she's kind of like in the lap of luxury, but again, she earned her spot. She earned her spot. So there you go. There's her eclipse. Changing the way you see something, having the conversations you need to have in order to get here. And some of y'all are already here, by the way. Some of y'all are already here, but that's the thing. What's missing? You got the wealth. You got the, you know, the glam. You got the La Mer. But what's missing, right? She's alone, right? So it's for you to decide with the eclipse. Now, this card is attributed to Jupiter trine Saturn. There you go. You got the 9 of Wands. Whoosh, go for it. Go. A lot of y'all are going to travel. You're going to plan travel. You're coming back from travel. There's something here with travel. And then you've got the Knight of Wands. He's just so driven toward his passions, like unstoppable. And Knights are all about action. He's actually attributed to Sagittarius. Pretty amazing, right? Your 6th house. So again, your daily routines is a big theme for you, as well as work, the workplace, health matters. Jupiter trine Saturn is going to change things up. And it looks like there's going to be, it's like a sense of that freeing you, yeah? But you got to do that work here first, and then whoosh, you can just go for it. Really amazing. Especially because Jupiter, again, natively rules your 6, Sagittarius, right? Knight of Wands is Sagittarius. Last card is, what do you have to know? What's your big takeaway? What does the universe got to tell you? Yeah, oh, there you go. You got another Knight of Cups. Amazing. Knight of Cups, by the way, is Pisces. And so pay attention to this lunar eclipse in Pisces. There's so much happening. It's such a complex eclipse, but the message is just very clear. Surrender. Surrender what you no longer need. You'll feel it on the spiritual level, this enlightenment, but also revelations, awakenings. It's in your 9th house. You're going to have it. And so that Knight of Cups, there's someone waiting for you. All right? It's also like you. It's like you finally on the path you want to be on, just looking to fill your cup, to be fulfilled emotionally, right? Because what's lacking? Right there, right? Cups being emotions and feelings and relationships and whatnot. You can have it all right? But take that action. Knights are all about action. So this is someone possibly coming through and a new person, or it's you finally set free, being able to go find, what you're seeking, whether it's a relationship, partnership, contract, whatever fulfills you emotionally. Thanks so much, Cancer. Y'all are amazing. All right, I gotta take Ruby out. Bye bye. Hello, Cancer. I just realized I took Ruby out. I came back. I was cleaning up the deck, and your cards that fell out over here are still here. So I did not touch them. I don't know what they are. We're just gonna take a look. Remember, these are the one that fell on the ground. You had a couple. You had a lot. Well, let's just see what the story says here. Interesting. Okay. You got the Six of Wands, Judgment, Six of Swords, Six of Cups, Four of Swords. Okay? So there's a little wink from the universe basically saying, yeah, you're going to have this moment to rise above, right? Especially with money and work, career. There's your awakening right there with the eclipse. You gotta move your, change your mindset. Yeah, with that Six of Swords, Six of Cups. Oh, that's gonna bring you so much comfort once you change your mind. Okay, once you see that Six of Swords with Judgment, right? Have that wake up call, that awakening, and then you move forward up here mentally into a better place of calm with that Four of Swords. All right. Thank you, Cancer. All right, now we are going to do, where are we? Leo, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Here's the thing. You just had a pretty big summer. There's a lot that was happening. But the first thing is, before we jump right in, as I said, the intro, working with this new format for now, due to complications with my spine and medical issues, adjusting to some, new medications, etc. So just so you know, that's what's happening because I keep getting messages. So we'll see how things go. But as you can see, the South Node and the eclipse, eclipse season has already come knocking on my door. I think if you saw my video, the one that I just did, rest of August, I even showed you my chart. My Saturn is in Leo, 29 degrees, right on that South Node. It's been fun. So anyway, and really good and legendary members for the bonus spread, frequency spread. Remember to take a screenshot of this spread, okay? Because it's this new format I got to do. Also, it is my 1-year anniversary of Great Awakener. Thank you so much for everyone who has signed up. We're doing that, signature sale. Really big discount. All the information is going to be in the description box, as well as the link to the super secret slide deck on the eclipse that I talked about. How you can see all the eclipses, see what happened in your life. This is very relevant to you because we're in your eclipse season until 2028, Leo. So I point out 2017, 2019, when the North Node was in your sign, 2007, 2009, last time the South Node was in your sign when you had all those eclipses. So I'll leave that link so you can go back, look at the timeline. And that is my anniversary gift for y'all to say thank you for all your kindness, your support, your patience as I navigate my reset. But here's the thing, Leo, you've got a lot happening. That Mercury South Node conjunction at 29 degrees happening on Tuesday, the day that I record this. So a lot of y'all, listen, you're already going through it. And remember, Mercury's going to immediately conjunct Regulus after it moves into Virgo. Remember, Mercury's at home, but also exalted in Virgo. The blue asterisk, best aspects, yeah? But I'm putting in this placement, 0 degrees, Mercury conjuncting Regulus. That's your fixed star of honor, success, all of that. So, what does this mean? Well, it means there's a part of you that's changing. Something that you're thinking about. Something that it feels like more like clearing the air with Mercury conjunct the South Node in your sign at 29 critical degree, right? We're saying goodbye to that. It could be something that you actually say, like, I'm done with this, or I got to let this go. We're moving right into this sense of empowerment because Virgo rules your second house of self-worth and self-value, but also resources and money and finances. And remember, your ruler, the sun, is there at 2 degrees. So basically, you've got this triple conjunction. So Mercury conjunct Regulus on Tuesday, you're going to feel up until the eclipse, until Thursday. All right? 0 degrees, the birth of something new. Make it happen. All right? All that authority, like rising above. You're going to be rising above. You're taking a lot of time doing some healing. Yeah, when it comes to career, maybe you don't know what you want. Maybe you don't feel, or maybe you're telling yourself like, oh, I don't feel good enough for this, or things like that. That's what Chiron does. It's only here for a few more weeks, but you're getting a little picture of that in your 10th house of career. Now, Thursday, the eclipse. Wow. Remember, it's happening after midnight, just after midnight. Well, some bonus cards for you. It's a big one. It's a big one. So that's a big deal. And then Monday, the 31st, Jupiter in Leo will trine Saturn in Aries. So that's the whole thing. You're good. You know that, right? You're good. You've got Jupiter in your sign for the first time in 12 years. Out of all the signs, you're the one that's going to get the most fortune, good luck, prosperity, wisdom, profit, even, especially through Virgo season. It's all about money for you and your resources, things that you desire, material possessions, even relationships, all right? Pay attention to that. There's going to be some activity. You've already had some activity there. Partnerships, contracts. Let's go ahead and do it. You're getting a sneak peek of my new signature spread that I will debut in September. But this is a little bit, it's not like finished yet, all right? But let's do it. And we will talk about the eclipse and Jupiter trine Saturn. But in a second. All right, so Leo. Yes, there you are. Whoa. Okay, so, wow. All right. King of Wands. All right. This card is attributed to what you still have to release. All right. Remember, new spread here. It's a signature tarot ship spread. King of Wands is you. This is your card, Leo. You see your lion in his throne. You even see the lizard eating its tail. It's time. You're going through, when we talk about reset, this is it, okay? So, you need that confidence. Trademark Leo. Do you feel like you're not being yourself? You need to go back to who you are, okay? The other thing is that King of Wands, remember, the lower expression of like just your sign, right? Would be like, especially Jupiter in your sign, inflation of ego, pride, too much confidence. So that's also something we're releasing. Remember, over the weekend, you had the sun conjunct the south node in your sign. So you've already been feeling it. You probably feel a little bit drained. Looking and I'm seeing that you're also going to have, when we get to September 9th, oh yeah, you will have the moon in your sign conjunct the south node. There's a lot of release. There's emotional release around that time. That is the time of the new moon in Virgo where you're getting something September 9th, 10th, okay? Keep that in mind. Anyway, 5 of Wands. This is where you're at now. A little bit of conflict, more ego. Yeah? Right here. 5 of Wands is a challenge card. But you see it's just kids, right? You see it's kids swinging their wands, trying to show off and be better than the other. So they're also kind of nitpicking over things that don't matter. So here's the thing. This is also your card This is a card, Mars and Leo, by the way. This is a card where it's saying you're in a place of conflict. It could be internal. It could be not seeing eye to eye with others. All right? Remember, you have Jupiter in your sign. You've got South Node in your sign. You just had the sun there. You just had the moon there. You just had Mercury there. You just had all these planets there. And so, as you move forward for the rest of August, remember, there's parts of you that needs to stay in the old world. Everyone's asked in a big way to have a true reset, to really release things, okay? So anything that you feel that it's like, why am I in this argument? Why are we not seeing eye to eye about this? It could be anything. It could be family. It could be your lover. It could be work related. In Virgo season, it looks pretty like there's some money here for you. Maybe fighting over money, and then also with colleagues. So ask yourself, is it worth it? Okay? Because you do have the Empress in your challenge area. So this is what's challenging you right now. And so the Empress is all about abundance. And it's this free spirit, this everything. The Empress is a goddess, right? Luxury, beauty. She has the golden scepter right there. Anything she touches turns to gold. And this is someone who can make things happen. You even see the symbol of Venus in her stone-shaped heart. This is all about things growing, yeah? So, that can't happen if you're stuck. If you feel stuck, let the full moon, lunar eclipse illuminate. Speaking of the full moon, lunar eclipse, well, that's this card. That eclipse is happening in your 8th house, okay? That's what Pisces represents for you. And the 8th house is death and rebirth, okay? So, out of all the signs, you're being asked a lot. You're literally, the eclipse is asking you, old you, leave it in the old world. If not, we're going to make things happen. We're going to, cut the cord on this relationship that's taking up too much time when you should be, having a different creative partner over here. Whatever it is for you that you know intuitively, it's an eclipse, right? Full moon lunar eclipse. Now, 8th house also has to do with relationships, money, wealth, power. Can also be obsession. You got double T square here. You see on Friday, the sun, your ruler, and Mercury, they're both squaring Uranus. They're baked into this eclipse that's squaring Uranus and Gemini in your 11th. And so the 11th is you connecting with others. It's your friendships, your groups, your associations, benefactors, allies, your audience. Keep that in mind. There might be something here unexpected from any of that, but also something that has to do about your future hopes and wishes and long-term goals. And there could be a bit of a spanner with Uranus. Again, double T square. And remember, this is the first of its kind. Nobody's ever experienced this before. All right? Unless you've lived over 84 years. But you didn't have the same sky chart. Either way, nobody's ever experienced this. Mutable energy. All right? It's a Jupiter ruled full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces. Jupiter natively rules your 5th. That's your home. All right? Love and romance and your passions and pleasures, children is a big thing here. In fact, it does look like children is a big thing here for you. There may be something here with children, if you have kids. A little bit of a disconnect. There might be something here where you might have to see something in a different way. But then also at the same time, it's mutable energy. So it's all about adapting and being flexible and not cementing anything during this eclipse. This is your 5th house of joy, which is also Jupiter rules your 2 houses of sex. So it looks like there might be something here that, is illuminated. Remember, this is a full moon, lunar eclipse of revelations and awakening. You're going to have a big one with that 8th house. Yeah. All right. Money, inheritance, investments. Big part of the story. How you evolve through your relationships. Big part of the story here. All right. The other thing is, that's really it about the eclipse for you. Just be ready to, surrender. I know that sounds so odd, but it really is for you a lot about ego and control. And that's a lot of that Virgo energy anyway. I talked about in the intro, but yeah, some battles are not worth it. Okay? And if you find yourself in one, rise above. That's what you do. Okay? Become the leader. Tell everybody, y'all, too many cooks in the kitchen. We need to figure this out. The eclipse. 8th house. Well, yeah. 7 of Pentacles. So when I say this eclipse in your 8th house has everything to do with money and relationships, what you want to invest in, well, you got the 7 of Pentacles. And do you know? That's the thing. Let this eclipse illuminate, because some of y'all are going to feel like you've worked really hard to get where you're at, but you don't feel that validation. You don't feel that support from others. You don't feel like you're, getting paid what you should be getting paid. And some of y'all are just like, that's fine, whatever. Now, this is your time. This is your reset. So again, bring back that confidence, but don't be overconfident. Okay? This is all about your harvest. Look at him leaning on a hoe. It is Virgo season. What'd I say? All about your harvest. Speaking of harvest, Monday, the 31st, Jupiter in your sign, trine Saturn in Aries. We have not had this in over a decade. Remember, the seed was planted December 2020, all right, with a Jupiter-Saturn conjunction, 0 degrees. And so, as part of that 20-year cycle, 6-7 years in, because there's more to come, yeah, you're gonna have more. So you're that's what I'm saying. Like, you're good. Just I think the first one will be April next year. Yeah. Anyway, with Jupiter in your sign, this is your harvest. What did you start back in 2020? December 2020. It looks like there's something here, work, publishing, where you're writing a book, podcast. There could be something here with education. Did you go back to school? Are you a teacher? It doesn't have to be traditional. Yeah. Some of y'all may have, maybe there's something here with legal matters. Okay. And remember, you still have Venus in Libra. That's really great for you in terms of you speaking, communicating, signing things, agreements. Very nice. All right. You want to wait until you want to feel out this day. Remember, the day after, Mars in Cancer will square Saturn in Aries. So you got the 2 malefics that are not doing the best. And for you, it does look like there might be something here where it could be someone you thought you trusted could be you discover not trustworthy. Okay? A lot of y'all, it's going to be colleagues, contractors, things like that, employees, even people that you're working with, maybe like a book agent or, yeah. But there's something here really great with Jupiter in your sign, trining Saturn in Aries, that's building something that you want. And it's going to change everything in terms of your everyday activities. Okay, so, yeah. Oh, well, Ace of Swords. Interesting. It came reversed. I don't do reversals. Look at that. And the reason why is because every card has, light side, shadow side, kind of like aspects, right? High expressions, lower expressions. I'll read both. For the best aspect for you, the rest of August, Jupiter in your sign trine Saturn and Aries. Well, you got the Ace of Swords. Yeah, that's your breakthrough. Okay? Huge breakthrough for you. You have to want it. You have to have it. Secondly, reversed. Well, what did I say about the ego, right? Power, control. With great power comes great responsibility. You got to be able to handle this sword, double-edged. Okay? And so this is with Jupiter in your sign trine Saturn and Aries. Remember, Saturn does really, really poorly in Aries. And so in order to have the structure that Saturn's going to provide for you, you really, really have to make sure it's sealed. Okay? Signed, sealed, delivered. Now, the last card is your big message. What does the universe got to say? Yeah. Huh? Nine of Swords. So, someone's got to budge. All right? This week, with everybody's emotions heightened, sensitive, yeah, vulnerable. You got Mars in Cancer. You have Ceres in Cancer, which we'll talk about in the second spread. Ceres is the way out of the eclipse, by the way, but she's... Anyway. This card, as you can see, all the swords stacked over his head. So, with Mercury and Virgo, especially now, Tuesday till the eclipse, remember the trine to Chiron and Taurus. Are you being hard on yourself? Are you someone making you feel bad about yourself? Did you do something? Did you say something to someone that you now regret? You have to be very mindful with Mercury and Virgo in its domicile and exalted, the strongest position for Mercury. Words are power, right? Words are powerful. And you're going to be communicating. And so it really goes back to that. Did you say something? Did you use that sword in a way that was a little too much for someone else? And now you're like, oh no. Yeah? Is there someone blocking you? It has something to do with love or money. And you can't find a way for things to grow in your world when it comes to love and money because of this, which again, it's kids. This is saying, whatever this is, it's not worth your time. Are you expending your energy into something that's just now taking up too much headspace to the point you can't sleep at night? Okay? So, this is a big eclipse. To be honest, it's asking you to completely surrender. Completely. Okay? And for some of you, it might have to do with something that you really, really wanted for a long time. But you will see, like I said, with these eclipses, they put you on the path you're meant to be on. All right? So, you're going to be fine. I think it's just a matter of knowing what you want. It's a matter of having that time to process things. And you will. Listen, you just had a wild birthday season. There was so much happening. You had eclipses. You had the civilization reset. You had so much happening. And so now you could be out on the other end, like, what? Because now you have all this clarity with Mercury, right? So you're going to be fine. Oh, the bonus cards. These 2 cards fell out. Oh, wait, can you even see? Oh my gosh. There we go. Sorry about that. You had cards pop out. Yeah. Okay. 7 of Cups. 4 of Pentacles. So, like I said, love and money. Biggest themes for you. That 7 of Cups. Yeah. Do you know what you want? Are you chasing waterfalls? Chasing after things that you believe you deserve? Or fighting over something, but it's just making you go in circles, right? So, doesn't know, looking at the past, challenge, can't even see, hands over the face. You have to be able to see, let this full moon illuminate, all right? As part of your transformation, 8th house, okay? Regeneration, the new you. Who is going to be the new you? What is important to you? What's meaningful to you moving forward? Let that full moon illuminate. There's a little bit of fog here. And you've got that. Neptune and Aries in your 9th, which is your, worldview and your perspective, your philosophy. And you got that 4 of Pentacles. Yeah. But he's not budging. You see that. He's just squat. He's not going to. So there may be something here about money. Finances. Let's have the chat you need to have diplomatically. You've got Venus and Libra in your 3rd. You can do this. Leo, you're amazing. All right. So, yes. You got that? Okay, cool. But have that breakthrough. You have the potential for all this breakthrough. Did you really get 3? No, you got 2. Okay. So, now, Virgo. Okay, Virgo, I feel like I was going to do a different deck for you, but yeah, let's just do it. Virgo, so happy birthday, Virgo. I believe there's a lot happening. I believe that you know that too. And I do have to say, wow. Let me pull up your, yeah, there it is. You have so much happening. Listen, like I said last time, Virgo, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Oh, well, first of all, where's my thing? I gotta pull this up. I have to say it in every spread, every sign. Working on, we're doing a new format here. Very different from your, individual forecasts that I've done every week for the past 4 years due to medical issues. Okay, it wasn't my choice of complications with my spine. So, and different medications, things like that. It's been, yeah. So just know that I'm like living proof about these eclipses. Like they can really change things for you. So anyway. Where did it go? So the big thing for you, and really good and legendary members for the bonus spread, the frequency spread. Remember to take a screenshot of this spread, okay? With a new format, and we'll see how long it takes, or until I can get back to your weekly forecast for each sign. And also a thank you to everybody. It's our 1 year anniversary Great Awakener. I launched it in August a year ago, bringing back our signature sale. Really big discount. All the information's in the description box, including the link. If you're a Great Awakener member, you know about our slide decks, super secret slide decks that I do. You can't find anything like it online. So giving that for free. You'll see it on the, there's a link for it for the eclipses. And Virgo, you really might want to pay attention to it. you might want to just look at it, because I talk about the eclipses that we're about to move into, but also the ones we're coming out of, and we're just coming out of the Pisces Virgo axis. So there's a lot of Virgo stuff in that slide deck, which is, I think I called it the eclipse code, because there's codes in there too, as in the patterns that you see that happens at every eclipse in your sign, in Pisces, in Aquarius, and Leo. Anyway, thank you all for all your kindness, your support, your patience as I navigate my reset. But here's the thing, Virgo, happy birthday. Very excited for you. Tuesday, listen, you've got Mercury conjunct the south node, yeah, in Leo. That one is a little interesting. All I have to say with that, it's at 29 degrees. Yeah, it's pretty potent. I think that you're going to see something you needed to see. 12th house is all about like hidden matters. So, the subconscious, or maybe something that comes up from the past. Yeah. Something that needed to surface again. Maybe something wasn't over when you thought it was. Now, Mercury will obviously move into your sign, then immediately conjunct the, Regulus that's in your sign as of 2011. And that's unique. You started working with that since 2011. Before that, it was in Leo for 2,000 years. I mean, it's a big deal. So you've got Mercury conjunct Regulus in your sign, 0 degrees. The sun, as you know, is there as well. Triple conjunction. You're going to feel it up until Thursday, the eclipse. This is opportunity. As you know, Mercury is not only your ruler, but exalted. You're the only sign that has that. And so this is one of the most special conjunctions on the day of the eclipse. Remember, we'll have the Mercury Cazimi. And so that's happening around afternoon. Let me see something here. So you have so much clarity this week. It's almost like everyone answers to you. Everything answers to you. All right? Mercury, your ruler, is so busy. He's going to meet up with Regulus, right? The kingmaker, honor, success in your sign. 0 degrees. That's the time for you to birth something new with communication, with you, your identity, your body. Maybe there's something that maybe you'll travel. Use that. I think something's just going to come up naturally for you. Then Thursday, the 27th, we have the Mercury Cazimi, where you've got Mercury in the heart of the sun. Think of that alignment. This is happening in your sign. I mean, this is the biggest day of clarity you'll have the entire year. Use it, okay? And remember, the Cazimi is happening during a void moon. So use it, but do your thing, as in take notes of what you're thinking about. All right? If you have to send any messages, I'd wait. Yeah, I'd wait a couple hours. It's happening around 1 p.m. Eastern Standard. The other thing is the eclipse. It's a big one, as you know. It's happening in Pisces, a full moon, partial lunar eclipse in Pisces. That's your opposite sign. Partnerships, relationships, contracts, agreements. Something's ending. It's a Jupiter-ruled eclipse. Jupiter natively rules your 4th. It looks like there's something here that might have to do with the home sector, okay? So it could be, the end of a relationship with a loved one. Maybe things aren't working out. Y'all mutually agree. Let's take some time away. remember, this eclipse is going to really illuminate things. It is an eclipse of revelations. It's going to reveal things about a relationship and a partnership. And again, for some of y'all, may have to do with home. It might actually have to do with, your children as well, relationship with like child. There could be even maybe a parent. The other thing is that you've got the Sun and Mercury in your sign squaring Uranus. First time ever happened since, 1940s. So you've never had this before. You've never had the Sun in your sign, Mercury in your sign, square Uranus and Gemini during an eclipse in Pisces, where it's ruled by Jupiter, who also rules Sagittarius. So you see, all the mutable signs are at play here. You're a mutable sign. What does this even mean? It's all your angular houses. So this isn't even a shift for you. It's bigger than that. A lot of it has to do with your identity. Your identity, the role you play in relationships. And when I say relationships, love, marriage, business, personal relationships, your relationship with, your sister, your private cook, wherever that energy is, your commitments, okay? There's something here. A lot of it's going to be career. And that could be the, the unexpected, right? Gemini rules your 10th house of career, fame. If you're not here for career, just your reputation, Gemini is, gossipy, right? So just be mindful of that because Mercury rules Gemini too. So you shared Mercury with Gemini. Mercury is very powerful this week. There could be rumors, but also at the same time, it really, really looks like there might be some unexpected news that you do receive. Now, remember, Uranus is also like awakening, yeah? So is like Pisces energy, the spiritual awakening. And then Monday the 31st, you have Jupiter and Leo trine Saturn in Aries. And that's amazing. I love that one for you. It's strong though, okay? You got Jupiter and Leo in your 12th, hidden matters, right? So still a lot of things coming to the surface. You might be going really deep because Saturn and Aries, that is your 8th house. And there's a lot of depth there. It's very psychological. You have the Sun, Mercury in your sign. So you're going to be like Daniel Craig in Knives Out meets Daphne meets David Duchovny, Mulder, Scully. I don't remember which one. You're going to be in detective mode. Yeah. But things are just going to come to the surface for you. And this is all part of your transformation. This is the new you. Aries rules your 8th house of death and rebirth. There's relationships here, money, building your wealth, your legacy. Jupiter and Leo. Jupiter expands. It is your 12th house. So it could be some things that you don't even know of. 12th, it would be like, I don't know, if you applied for like a really big position, it would be the people that are hiring, they're talking about you. It's behind the scenes, right? So they're like, this is the one. I mean, Jupiter's luck, good fortune. So it just looks like there's something here you're ready to build and it's meaningful to you. There might be something that you pick up from the past as well. There's also something here where it's just very spiritual. I love it. I like what's happening. Yeah. Some of you remember Chiron and Taurus, okay? It's going to trine the Sun and Mercury in your sign the first half up until we get to the eclipse. So you're still working on old wounds, all right? As in, you might be in a place where you don't know what to believe in anymore. There's so much happening. It's like bonkers, okay? It's applesauce. But that's the healing part. Remember, it's trine Mercury in your sign. This is you having those cathartic conversations, those deep conversations, okay? Of being able to see your path forward. And you actually might write a memoir. All right? So, or I don't know, maybe you buy a journal to start a diary. Anyway, Virgo, let's see what's going on for you. You got a sneak peek of my new signature spread. It's in the works. It's not done. I'll let you know in September. Anyway, all right. So, what do we got? Oh, stop it. Don't even. Okay. I'm going to tell you something later. You have the High Priestess. So this card is attributed to what you still have to release. All right? So it's very interesting. I actually really love this. Clearly, there's something you're holding on to. Say the thing. Say the thing. You got Mercury in your sign. You got Mercury conjunct Regulus. Say it. All right? Get it out. There's something in your subconscious. The High Priestess is the guardian of the subconscious. You got Jupiter trine Saturn in Aries in your 8th. Yeah. You got Jupiter in Leo in your 12th, which is the subconscious. So, there may be some things that are going to be really helpful for you as long as you're able to get to that point where you're comfortable. Like this eclipse, when I say revelations, for some of you, it's going to be you revealing. All right? Now, the Fool, where you're at now, how interesting. This is just so wild because the Fool, is attributed to Uranus, taking those risks, doing the unexpected. But remember, Uranus is also breakthroughs. You can use these Uranus squares, okay? Diplomatically. What did I say earlier? Some of y'all are in a place like, I don't know what to believe in. I don't know which direction. Well, just go. Just go and don't be afraid, okay? Follow your intuition. Follow your heart. Just get rid of the past, right? Leave the old world behind. It's a Fool. Starting the Fool's journey. All right. Card 0. And by the way, with the fact that you do have Mercury conjunct Regulus, 0 degrees. You just had the Sun conjunct Regulus, 0 degrees. That 0 degree point is really strong. You know? It's potent. It's breathing something new into life. And you get that opportunity with Regulus. But here's the thing. 0 degrees is also unformed, right? It's like moldable. It hasn't formed into anything yet. It's not a 1 yet in astrology. Okay? Same thing here. Same thing here. So, step forward. Go forth. You got that 10 of Cups. Okay? Your challenge. What is your challenge? What is that? The 10 of Cups. Which is joy, happiness, family, children, loved ones, all of that. Emotional fulfillment, satisfaction, etc., etc., etc. This is in your challenge area. So, look at what's happening here. It's a lot of family energy. Family, children, significant other, parents. What's going on at home? Yeah, remember, Sagittarius is part of this, okay? There's something here where, because the 10 of Cups came up, remember, there's something you might be hiding. You got to set yourself free. Radically. 10 of Cups. Look at them. So happy. Look at them. Arms in the air, right? Kids dancing. Kind of looks like a show. Yeah? Theater. They're about to bow. Are you putting on a show? Do you feel like you are you? Remember, out with the old, in with the new. The universe is requiring that of everybody. And this eclipse, like I said, is enormous for you. You have an amazing new moon next month, by the way. It's just, there's a lot happening on that day. You actually have an eclipse, 2027. Mark it in your calendar. February 20th. Yeah. So this is just saying, are you truly happy? Are you happy pretend? You got to set something free. He's so carefree. He knows the universe is going to take care of him. You see the sun in the card, that optimism. You have the sun in your sign. Feel that energy. Okay? Now, it does look like there's like, man. Yeah. Set yourself free. This card is attributed to the eclipse. King of Wands. All right. There you go. Here's the thing. This is all about your relationships, right? And so with that King of Wands, it's powerful. It's got a lot of passion. And this is someone who is clearly like royal, right? Leo energy. So, for this eclipse, it has to do with relationships, love, marriage, contracts, agreements. Where do you sit? You know? Are you in a place? Oh, shoot. Are you loud and proud and very excited in this relationship, business, love, marriage, wherever it is, right? Are you the leader? Is there balance? What do you have that feels like too much? What do you have that feels like it's overcompensating in a relationship or a partnership? What do you have where it feels like you're good? Where there's the only thing that really needs to happen is maybe there's a little bit of ego here, right? With that King of Wands. But that's, I mean, it's not coming up as a bad thing, right? It's just part of the South Node in Leo. Remember, it's the lower expressions. You want to, everyone's going through it, right? The elimination of like ego, pride, etc. But this shows a lot of passion, okay? It shows leadership. It shows enthusiasm. Wands are the spirit of fire. And so whether love, whether career, whatever it is, keep that passion, all right? But the reason why I asked you those questions earlier, just to get you started, what is it that you're holding close to your chest? Yeah? This card is, oh yeah, Jupiter trine Saturn. Yeah, three of cups. Pentacles. That's good. You're great. You're good. Three of Pentacles. It looks like for a lot of y'all, there may be something here with Jupiter trine Saturn. Business, teamwork, new job, new career. There's stability here. In fact, it could even be a relationship. Pentacles are a physical reality. You're building a lot of wealth, right? Remember, you have Saturn in Aries. That is your 8th house of building wealth through inheritance, investments, royalties, commissions, passive income, things like that, right? But you see the pentacles are actually in the structure of the building. Therefore, there's structure here. There's long-term energy. That's what Saturn is doing with a trine with Jupiter that is blessing you. So you're good. It looks like there's something new that would be forming. Or it could be a new phase of something that's forming. That's more accurate. And then your big message. What is the universe? Yeah. Hold on to your power. Don't let anybody take away your power. You got the Emperor. Your big message or takeaway, right? The Emperor. Mastery of self. So this journey, the rest of August, is all about you. Really is all about you. Remember, even with your 7th house activated, your 8th house, yeah, there's a lot of relationship energy, but it's more about you and how you feel about that relationship. Okay, Virgo? But I'm excited. You're really good. Take that leap. A lot of this is indicating this new direction. Yeah, I think under the eclipse, there's something where you're going to feel a lot of passion. And yeah, some of y'all are definitely going to have babies too, or become like parents. Congratulations. All right. Thanks, Virgo. Okay. So we're going to do, who are we at? Libra. All right. Libra. Let me just check something because I feel like the mic, remember, this fun mic issues I've been having. Let's see. I think it looks, I mean, it says it's on, so, okay. I'm not even gonna, we're gonna keep going. Libra, thank you so much. What I was gonna say, for every sign, yeah. So again, as I said in the intro, working with this new format for now. That's why you haven't seen your weekly, videos for your sign. As I said in the intro, I am going through some medical issues, complications with my spine, different medications that are just making it, I just can't sit for a long time either with what's happening. So just letting you know, because I'm still getting a lot of messages about that. You can see in real time the eclipses and South Node. Remember what I said? Yeah. And then really good and legendary members for the bonus spread. Remember to take a photo of this spread, okay? Because of the new format, which we'll see how long, okay? I'm doing my best. And then thank you, everyone. It is the 1-year anniversary of Great Awakener, bringing back the signature sale. There's an enormous discount. All the information is in the description box, and the link to the super secret information packed slide deck. If you're a member of Great Awakener, you know about my slide decks. This is a 35-page slide deck. I actually love the visuals on this one. It's on the eclipses, all right? I talked about the intro, but that's for members. But as a thank you anniversary gift to you. So that link is in the description box if you want to see, the eclipse cycle we're in now, where we'll be, etc., etc. You got some bonus cards. Anyway, okay, Libra Nation, here's the thing with you. You've got Mercury, South Node, conjunction. It already happened. Here's the thing. Where is there it is. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it, honestly, it just looks like there might be some friendships that, might be turning in a way where it just kind of like reached their expiration date. Nothing crazy, but the big thing here is that there's something about what you want for the future where there may have been something that was just like unnecessary. It was like the universe like, oh, we're just going to take this out. Maybe you're carrying on too much. Whatever it is, it's something that maybe that you could have said something to end something. Maybe a friendship. Maybe something with your long-term goals, future hopes and wishes. Maybe something with a relationship, love, even like with a friend. Maybe there was like a, I don't know, Rachel Ross situation. Anyway, Mercury moves into Virgo, immediately will conjunct Regulus, 0 degrees. The sun is there. So you have a triple conjunction. You're going to feel that up until the eclipse. It's that strong. That is your 12th house. Virgo rules your 12th house. Oh, all these cards that spilled out. Virgo rules your 12th house. So, that's a lot of... It's really interesting because the 12th house is Pisces home, right? This is happening right before the eclipse in Pisces. There might be something here with hidden matters. There might be something here where it's almost like you figuring out a math problem. Remember, it's all about fixing things, but you figuring out like a math problem, a puzzle, whatever it is, something in your life where you had to go really deep. All right, you had to go like way deep, subconscious, childhood, whatever it is. But that's what's going to help you like rise above whatever you may be going through, especially work related. Okay, colleagues, employees. So there's something here that's going to make you... It just feels like that spiritual leader energy. It is at 0 degrees, so there is something new here being planted. The 12th house is also like a place of rest and retreat, so it could have been something that you said or you were thinking. It's like finally like stop thinking about something that made you feel empowered, or something that you said. Now, Thursday, this is the day, yeah? Before the eclipse, we have the Mercury Cazimi. So, again, it's in Virgo, your 12th. This is when you're going to have some psychic visions. It's your 12th house. You're going to have... You're going to be telepathic. But also, at the same time, very spiritual energy. So, this would be almost like a preview to the eclipse for you. As in, this eclipse in Pisces is a spiritual awakening. Yeah? You got the Sun and Mercury square Uranus baked into this eclipse. Friday the 28th. Remember, the eclipse is happening after midnight, just a little after midnight. So that's a lot of spiritual energy for you, because you've got the moon in Pisces, very spiritual. That's your 6th house. Your daily routines, work. Yeah, that's Virgo's home. We're in Virgo season. Anyway, which is your 12th. So the fact that this is a full moon, a Jupiter ruled full moon lunar eclipse, that brings in your 3rd house, which is Mercury's home. It's communication, the mind, siblings, relatives, your local community, travel. And then you have the Sun and Mercury in Virgo. You've got Uranus and Gemini that brings in your 9th. You do the math there. That is a lot of... You're gonna have some things to say. It does look like there's someone that may not share your perspective on something with a double T square with Uranus, which is, again, we've never experienced this. And unless you're over 84 years old, okay, never experienced this. There could be something with travel. If you're traveling, it could just be like maybe you don't see eye to eye with a flight attendant. Whatever it is, there's something baked in here where it just feels like someone doesn't agree with the way that you see something. And that could be the heart of this eclipse story for you. It is in your 6th house. It looks like, for a lot of you, it's going to be like work related, your daily routines. If you see a trainer every day, 6th house is health as well. There just could be some changes. But I would just be mindful of that health part. It is on your health axis. And when I say that, remember, this lunar eclipse is revelatory. It's a big awakening. Maybe this is the day you say, oh my gosh, I probably shouldn't eat pizza every day. I'm going to go to the gym now. Things like that. It's not, but again, with Uranus here, that's kind of like the spanner. It's in your 9th. So there's even the potential of you just having a matter of confusion. spiritual, let's call it spiritual confusion. Like maybe someone says something, or maybe you read something, or maybe you even think something that has everything that goes against what you believe in, yet you agree. Like, that's how confusing this can be. Remember, Neptune is still retrograde in Aries. You got Pluto, yeah, like there's a lot of retrogrades here, but at the same time, it is a Jupiter ruled full moon, lunar eclipse. All of the mutable signs are at play. So it's a time to adapt. All right. But it does indicate you're going to see something that might be shocking. All right. When it comes to your daily routines, when it comes to health, self-improvement, work, pets. Oh, yeah. You got Jupiter in Leo, trine Saturn in Aries. Monday the 31st. I love this one for you. You got Jupiter in Leo for a whole year. And your 11th house of your future goals and wishes and long-term hopes and dreams. I love this. It's really nice. It's trine Saturn in Aries. Saturn in Aries. So Aries is your opposite sign. So it looks like there's something here forming in terms of a relationship, partnership, contract, agreement, some sort of commitment. Yeah, marriage, where Saturn is, building that bridge for you. Very nice. It does look, even like maybe patching up a relationship as well with Chiron and Taurus in your 8th. And maybe something with money is involved here with Chiron and Taurus in your 8th, as in you building the confidence to have the resources that you need, like being really going after it, clearing any old past wounds. All right, Libra. Sneak peek of my new signature spread that I'm going to debut next month. Your birthday season's coming up. Libra, are you ready too, by the way, for your birthday season? You got a lot happening. You have a lot happening. You got Venus retrograde, you got Mercury retrograde, you got pretty much the entire solar system other than Mars retrograde. Buckle up. You're going to be reassessing a lot. All right, so let's see what you got. Yeah, that's fine. That's good. Listen. 4 of Pentacles, all right? So this card is attributed to what you still have to release. You see him. He's not budging. The way that you see money and finances, if you're being hard on yourself too, if you're, what is the term? Pinching pennies, things like that. The universe is saying you can get what you deserve. This is all about your self-worth, right? Your values, self-value as well. That's Chiron and Taurus for you. All right? Relationships as well. But what you still have to release is the sense of maybe that you don't feel that security. Maybe you don't feel financial security. Maybe you don't feel that, you're making enough. Maybe you feel like you can't provide enough. That's you being hard on yourself. And remember, that's that Virgo energy anyway, the lower expressions. Virgo ruling your 12th, that's deeply planted. That's your subconscious. And so this would just be saying, let's work on that. Okay? You can have anything you want, but if you don't believe it, how will that ever happen, right? You got the Hierophant. This is where you're at now. You're good. The Hierophant, listen, this is someone who is a spiritual leader. He connects the divine with our physical world. People listen to this person. But this is someone who went through life, found his way out through life experiences, and now he can impart wisdom to others. Yeah. And so there's a sense of fulfillment here organization, leadership. That feels really nice. It feels like people are learning from you. You could be a role model. All right. The other thing is that the Hierophant is someone who loves things that are organized. He loves structure. He loves tradition. So you have to ask yourself, is that you moving forward? Or are you changing the way you think about things and your philosophies? As I said, with Uranus and Gemini, that's where you might be tested. You got that Page of Pentacles in your challenge area. What's challenging you, right? And so this is saying, like, there may be a little bit of disproportion in terms of what you do, how you lead, and still feeling a little bit unfulfilled. Maybe you feel like there's other opportunities out there for you. Maybe that pays more, perhaps, with that Page of Pentacles. And maybe there's a part of you that wants to do something new. And it could be with this new way of seeing something, whether it's in work, business, your love life, home, whatever it is. You have to take that action. Let that energy come in. All right? The other thing is, let me see. Well, no. Let's see this. This card is attributed to the eclipse. So what I was going to say about this, what's challenging you, the Page of Pentacles, this is someone who is going to grow something, right? And you have that opportunity with Jupiter trine Saturn. So you have to take advantage of that. Don't miss that opportunity, because you will have Mars square Saturn the next day. And I'm just going to point out that's a lot of work, career, energy happening around this lunar eclipse, where it says there might be some changes in your workspace and career. So believe in yourself, all right? And know that you can plant any seeds you want. You got to work with it. All right, so, yeah. You have the Three of Pentacles. So, great. Connected to the eclipse. Like I just said, something is coming to completion. This old you, this workspace, how you work, your responsibilities, your duties when it comes to work, there's something new happening. All right? So you see now, a lot of what you're going through the rest of August has to do with career, work, and then also there's that conflict. Maybe it's something you've never experienced. Maybe you're thinking in ways you've never experienced. But you have to set yourself free. Remember, this is an eclipse of revelations, awakenings, and surrendering. That Three of Pentacles attributed to the eclipse, that's perfect. Clearing the old, moving into the new. New team, new colleagues, new employees, whatever it is. There's this sense of birth here. Doing something new, teamwork, yeah? Learning something new, all right? So it's also saying that if you're trying to launch something, maybe you need people, all right, in order for it to work too. Jupiter trine Saturn. Is that your third? You got 2 3s? Okay. 3 is a vibration of the Empress. Birth of new things. Creation. 3 of Wands. You're ready to go. All right. Jupiter trine Saturn. Perfect. All right. 3 of Wands. Look at him. He's ready. He's ready to leave everything behind. Try something new, right? He's ready to leave his village. He's learned everything he could. There's nothing there for him left. All right. And then the last card is your big message. It's like your takeaway. What is the universe? What do you got to know about the rest of August? The cards are in your favor. You have Justice, which is your card. Yeah. I mean, come on. Look at all this wisdom here. You got the Hierophant and Justice. The 2 columns. The gray columns. Wisdom. You've heard of Solomon's temple. Yeah. Wisdom of Solomon. They're the columns from his temple. Anyway, Justice is your card. It looks like, what I said earlier. Jupiter trine Saturn is going to be great for you. Contracts, agreements, partnerships, commitments. This is a nice indicator of marriage. Or going steady with someone. Marriage looks really good. But this, all right? So you've got to just go with the new. South Node is going to continue to take. Release. Okay? Release. Don't fight that energy. And be flexible. You're going to be good. Libra, thank you so much. Scorpio. Actually, I need to pause this. Hello, Scorpio. Oh, let's jump right in. Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Rising, as I said in the intro, working with this new format for now due to medical issues, my spine, literally can't sit for long periods of time, also on different medications, etc., etc., etc. Just wanted you to know because I keep getting messages still, so I know not everybody watches the intro. The other thing is really good and legendary members. For the bonus spread, the second spread, remember to take a photo of this spread due to the new format for now. And then thank you, everybody. It is the 1 year anniversary of Great Awakener. And so bringing back the signature sale, all the information in the description box and the link to the Eclipse code, that my super secret slide deck. If you're a member of Great Awakener, you know about my slide decks. You can't find anything like them online, but that is the anniversary gift to you. Thank you for all your kindness, your support, your patience as I navigate what you can see in real time, what eclipses can do. All right. So Tuesday, well, here's the thing. You had Mercury conjunct the South Node this morning. It's Tuesday as I do this. 29 degrees Leo. You got news about career. Your reputation. There's something here that was very public facing for you. Could have been. Or it could have been something that you were thinking. Maybe it was an idea that you had. You're like, nah, I don't think it works. Like you hyped it up and you're like, nah. And then Mercury, moved into Virgo. Immediately conjunct Virgo. Regulus in Virgo. 0 degrees. So, and the sun is there. So it's a triple conjunction. You're going to feel that up until Thursday. All right. It's really strong. Virgo rules your 11th house. Friendships, groups, affiliations, associations, benefactors, allies, your audience. 11th house is really, really nice. Do you like to keep that, very orderly? Your friendships, yeah, it's, I see you. Do you show up on time? But it's 0 degrees. So there is like the sense of like something new being born. Maybe you receive a friend, or make a new friend, or receive news from a friend about something new, something exciting. Maybe you give a message out. It could even be social media, whatever it is. This is really, really, really nice because, again, 0 degrees, there's something here that's brewing for you. You get to Thursday, the 27th, the day of the eclipse, Mercury Cazimi. Okay, remember that's happening around 1 p.m. This is the most clarity that you are going to have all year regarding friendships, a friendship, group, affiliation, maybe something you want to start, maybe like a membership club as well. The 11th house is also your future hopes, long-term goals, dreams, things like that. So a lot of clarity around here. There may be something ending with that because you're going to have this moment of clarity. You're going to have all this Aquarius energy, your 4th house. So a lot of emphasis happening behind the scenes with home and family, by the way. It's still there. And so honestly, it looks like a full clearing of the decks, as in you have the clarity of how to end something, right? Because the eclipse in Pisces, that is your 5th house, You've had so much energy in Pisces. Remember, you have the North Node here for a long time. Fifth house is love and joy and pleasure and true love and romance and having kids and your children, relationship with your children. They could be, becoming a lot more, nicer, more intimate. You've got on Friday the Sun and Mercury squaring Uranus. And remember, that eclipse just after midnight. So it's baked into this eclipse. This is interesting. Whoa. Because, well, first of all, this is so much mutable energy. It's like, what do you do with all this? Well, I'll tell you. This eclipse, first of all, in Pisces, very spiritual, dreamy, trine, your sign. I actually like this eclipse for you. There is something ending. There could be some resolution to something in addition to the revelations that you will have this day regarding your love. True love, romance, I wouldn't be surprised if there were some secrets or gossip going around. You've got a double T-square with Uranus, okay? With this eclipse, with Mercury and the Sun. The fact that Mercury rules Virgo, but also Gemini, where Uranus is. Remember, Mercury's the lower octave of Uranus. That is your 8th house of secrets. So you actually kind of love what's happening. I'm not gonna lie. You actually kind of love what's happening. Like you're ready. You're ready for secrets, for the drama, for gossip. Oh, you want to act on it. There's something that you're just ready. Like, okay, Act 3 needs to begin, but this person needs to start it. Like that's kind of how this is happening. And it may not be like a lover or a former lover. It could be, business partner if you're here for career, work. It could also be about money. A lot of money stuff. So this is a Jupiter ruled eclipse, right? Jupiter natively rules your 2nd house of income, salary, finances. Yeah. On Monday the 31st, you're going to have Jupiter in Leo in your 10th house of career, trine Saturn in Aries in your 6th house of work. So you put all that together, right? You do the math. Looks like you're having some changes at work. Contractors, freelancers, employees, interns, what have you, colleagues. I think I said that. So there might be a lot happening for you. Relationships would be your priority, though. It looks like there's a phase ending. There could be something that ships, like a creative project that you're doing, or ends. You're just like, done. Remember, Uranus is at play here. The unexpected surprises. You could surprise yourself. But coming from your 8th house, there's depth here, right? It's your home. So that's why I'm just like, I think you're actually going to love this. I think you're going to love what you do. Or maybe there are some surprises. Maybe there is the unexpected. And even if it is something in the moment where you're just like, this is that, it's like 6 months later, it's like you see the benefits. Okay? Now, let's start the spread. Just be adaptable. Don't sign anything. Don't sign anything during the eclipse. Don't commit to anything. There may be some activity with shared resources, like your partner's money, investments, loans, taxes. Oh, look what just happened. Little bonus card there for you. And so creative projects, entrepreneurship, they are at the forefront. If you're working on one, starting your own thing, something's coming to the end phase and something. You're like, and again, it's the energy you put toward it. It could be, I give up. No more of this. Or it could be like, done. Did you like that? Scorpio, sneak peek of my new signature spread. Still in the works, by the way. Honestly, Monday the 31st, Jupiter in Leo, trine Saturn in Aries. Work, career. There may be something here that you really are starting. You're doing the paperwork. You're signing something. Do it outside of the eclipse window. That's fine. Just be aware of the fact that September 1st, remember, Mars in Cancer, square Saturn in Aries. And so the main thing is, like, if you're traveling, just be very mindful. Yeah, Mars is, not, he doesn't, he's your ancient ruler. He doesn't do well in Cancer. So there may be an argument with, like, flight attendant or, like, there's impatience here. Saturn and Aries in your 6, your daily routines and health. So that's the other thing. Just be very mindful. There could be something with home and family, or if you go on a family trip, very likely there really could be some travel involved. So we'll talk about it in your September forecast. I'm just telling you this because it's happening at the same. I mean, you've got Jupiter in Leo, trine Saturn in Aries, which is going to square Mars in Cancer. So anyway, let's see. As always, yeah, you're good. You got death, but that's the thing. My signature spread. And sorry, I'm already losing my voice. That's why I have to chew a little bit again. The death card. Your card. This card is attributed to what you still have to release. So, the fact that you've just gone through 3 South Node conjunctions, and then the eclipse, while you're going through the reset of civilization, with the old and with the new, you haven't fully done it. There's something that you're still holding on to. Okay? The death card is your card. It's a transformational process. It is death to the old, right? And not fighting it. Anything that you have to release at this point, let it go. You have to. Remember, I've been saying you can't take everything with you. All right? So that's a good sign, though. The Knight of Pentacles. This card is attributed to, like, where you're at now. All right? For the rest of August. Oh, you are invested in your future, in your legacy. You're having breakthroughs. You're seeking breakthroughs. That's what Uranus and Gemini is doing in your 8th anyway, which is all about your legacy and evolving. Yeah? Amazing. So this is all about that stability that you're seeking for the long term, and you really putting effort in that. So I love that. Work, career, money, doesn't matter. Relationship, doesn't matter. Slow and steady. You're making it work. And then you have the 6 of Pentacles. It's your big challenge. Can you do this alone? Do you want to do it alone? This is saying you may feel like you're not getting the support that you need. The other thing is, look, this might be the change that you needed to happen. Yeah? This is also saying there might be some people who feel like they're not getting the support from you. Okay? So, think about that. Yeah, I know it's deep, but you're Scorpio. You get it. Here's the thing. What other card? Let's see. This card is attributed to the eclipse. What did I say? I said it's your 5th house, true love, romance. You got the Lovers. You're good. Like I said, this eclipse is in Pisces. It's trine your sign. And by the way, FYI, I mean, we're talking about this. The bonus spread is when we talk about the asteroids, planetoids, lunations, the other half of your forecast, right? Ceres is in Cancer. She's at 4 degrees 50 minutes. So Ceres is creating a wedge with this eclipse. She's the outlet. She's how you win. And she's in Cancer. And so, very interesting. Ceres is all about nurturing, protection, etc. You're going to be fine. You're going to be good. Just continue to nurture. Just continue to, deepen your relationships. And again, this eclipse is going to reveal what needs to be fixed. Remember, we're in Virgo season. Yeah? You're going to be fixing some things. It's in your 5th house of true love. If you're not here for any of that, it could be a creative partner. It could be something where you're seeking a soulmate. Yeah? So it may be the way that you're seeing something, that perspective, the old you that you haven't left yet. That's got to change now. Yeah. This card is attributed to Jupiter trine Saturn. You're good. You're fine. You're good. I don't think you can see all this, can you? There you go. Yeah, you got the 3 of Cups. Card of celebration, of, being with your friends, your squad. Remember, Virgo season is all about the new harvest. Yeah. Knight of Pentacles. Look at that. That's the biggest field in tarot. You can plant as many seeds as you want. Okay? It's harvest. They're celebrating a new harvest. So, you have a lot to look forward to. There's a lot of new here. All right? And then, yeah, a lot to celebrate, but even if it's just life itself, it's that feel-good energy. And again, you just, I don't know. You kind of have a really fun, you have a fun rest of August. All right, anyway, let's, here it is. This card is attributed to, what is your big message? What has the universe got to tell you for the rest of August? You're fine. You're good. Ace of Wands. Don't even. Look at that. Anyway. Scorpio, you're good. Here's the thing. Do your thing. When something ends, something new begins. It looks like you are waiting for that new thing to begin. You got Uranus in Gemini squaring the eclipse. All right? So the unexpected, surprises, breakthroughs. Your 8th house of death and rebirth. Literally got that card. You can't have the rebirth until you have that death part. So remember, something about you, about your journey, about you and how you feel about relationships, your relationship, wherever that energy is, think about it, okay? Because that came out for a reason, that 10 of Wands. You might be carrying on too much. And if you don't let that go, everything just accumulates as you move on your journey. Look at him. He's carrying so many wands, he can't even see where he's going. So, you gotta, because you're about to take on a lot more responsibility. Scorpio, you're amazing. All right, now, who are we at? Scorpio. After Scorpio, we got Sagittarius. All right. Well, Sagittarius, I gotta say, you have been roped in, to this eclipse. And let me just pull up your... Wow. Okay. So you've got a lot happening. You've got a lot happening. Here's the thing. Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, and Rising. And by the way, I have to say this in every sign because I know not everybody watches the intro. So, you know, sorry if you've heard it already, but working with this new format for now and not your normal weekly forecast for each sign, okay? I'm just medical issues. I have complications with my spine. I'm not supposed to be sitting at all. So I'm still, you know, different medications, or it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing, but thank you for your patience, but that's the reason why. And again, that's just for now, all right? The other thing is you are watching in real life, real time, how eclipses can really impact somebody. Really good in legendary members. If you are tier 3 member, the bonus spread, frequency spread. Remember, if you want to take a screenshot of this spread that we're going to do here, all right? With a new format. And then lastly, thank you everybody. It is a 1-year anniversary of Great Awakener. We are doing the bringing back the sale. A card just flipped over. I want to see. Yeah. Oh. It was a Knight of Cups. We're going to talk about that. And all the information, by the way, all right, greatawakener.com, in the description box. Thank you so much. And the link for the super secret slide deck that I talked about in the intro on the eclipse cycle. Okay? And you might want to, yeah. And so if you're a member, you know that I do these slide decks. You can't find anything like them online. I did one on the eclipse cycle that we are coming out of, and the one we're moving into. Okay. And again, so you might want to see it because I do talk about the eclipse cycles, the Pisces Virgo eclipse cycle that we're leaving that greatly impacted you. All right, Sagittarius, when it comes to career and home. Anyway, thank you for all your kindness, support, patience as I navigate this reset. Now, and I have to, I'm already losing my voice, so I'm trying not to. All right, so Tuesday, here's the thing. You know, Mercury conjunct the South Node. That was 29 degrees, happened in the morning, this morning, in Leo, your 9th house. I just feel like anything that you had to say, I feel like it was in defense of maybe something that you believe in. Someone else didn't agree. It is your 9th house. Also, are you traveling? There could be something that just, you know, be mindful. Powerful conjunction, 29 degrees, where you could maybe, you know, say some things, maybe, yeah, that come on really strong to your lover. The other thing is, some of y'all finished writing books, which is really great. And a lot of y'all are thinking about going back to school. It doesn't have to be in a traditional sense. It can be like taking classes online. Also, there might have been some news that you received. Maybe something like legal matters. Now, Mercury obviously moves into Virgo, conjunct Regulus, 0 degrees. The sun is there, triple conjunction. Virgo, Sagittarius, you're going to have a lot of focus on career. Virgo rules your 10th house, and you're going to feel Mercury conjunct Regulus, conjunct the sun, the triple conjunction, up until the eclipse, okay? Up until Thursday. Today's a day where you may have said something, thought something regarding career that moves you up the ladder, okay? And the reason why this is kind of a big deal is because, A, it's at 0 degrees. So speak words into the ether, right? You're going to make them real. Everything's energy. Secondly, Thursday, before the eclipse, remember we have the Mercury Cazimi. This is going to be the most clarity you've had on career all year, all right? And will be before year's end. So you're having all this clarity and this refresh of the mind when it comes to career. A lot of y'all got new jobs, or will in September when we have that new moon in Virgo. If you're not here for a career, it's your reputation. It's what you want to be known for. You got the eclipse right after. So this eclipse in Pisces is your 4th house. The reason why I look at this and I'm just like, Sag. May I call you Sag? Sag. It helps, right? I don't have to. Anyway, I'm just Sagittarius. You have had so much stuff happening in home, family, your significant other, like a lot. Your children, there's a lot. Real estate, there's a lot. Property matters, there's a lot. Landlords, etc. Even your emotional foundation, emotional growth. Now, here's the thing. That eclipse is happening just after midnight. You see the sun and Mercury squaring Uranus Friday, the 28th. So those squares are baked into the eclipse. You have the sun and Mercury and Virgo, your 10th house. You have Uranus and Gemini, your 7th house. Relationships, love, marriage, partnerships, business partners, contracts, your commitments, agreements. And then the lunar eclipse in Pisces, your 4th house. And you know that this is a Jupiter-ruled lunar eclipse. Jupiter is your ruler. So, those are all the mutable signs. These are all your angular houses. This is one of the biggest eclipses for you. Okay? It's very important. Something's ending. All right? And it might be sudden. It might be suddenly the end of a relationship. It could be someone abruptly, moving out. It could be anything that has to do with home, family. But there is got to be something, maybe like a lease involved. Real estate, paperwork is also possible. It could also be something, like if you're a realtor, like there could be something here. But you might get a notice about something about your home that comes out of nowhere. Remember, this eclipse is all about revelations. Something's going to be revealed. It's illuminating, but it's also awakenings. With Uranus, wake up call. All right? Just be flexible. You will. I mean, you're a mutable sign. You know how to be flexible. You're Sagittarius. So, Monday, the 31st. Yeah. Also, by the way, a lot of y'all will be moving. Yeah? Now, Monday the 31st. It's a good one. For you, it's a good one. You have Jupiter, your ruler, in Leo, your 9th house, your home. Yeah? Trine Saturn in Aries, your 5th. Which is joy and pleasure. Love, true love, romance, children, sex, having babies. Congratulations. And then Saturn natively rules your 2nd. So there is a sense of self-worth, self-value, through your relationships, through family. This is basically like family time. Double dare. Anyway, but Jupiter trine Saturn, there's something here being built for you that's long lasting. A lot of it's going to be you're going to see things in a different way. You're going to have a shift in perspective, and anything could happen. Like, you could have a baby, right? That's going to shift the way that you see things as a parent, right? So that's what I'm saying. This eclipse with Jupiter trine Saturn, there is going to be a shift, something that's really broadening your horizons. I would not be surprised if you're traveling with family, your lover, children. I would be surprised if you are going overseas to see them. And again, it looks like a lot of y'all are working on creative projects, maybe a book, maybe about family. But either way, it looks really good. Saturn's going to build for you. Saturn's going to build. And as you know, that's trine your sign. So really, really nice. Yeah. I love that. It's like your day, right? You have Jupiter in Leo, Saturn in Aries. Trine your sign. I mean, you form that, grand fire trine just by being there, right? The one word of warning is September 1st. Don't forget, and we'll talk about your September forecast, but don't forget Mars is in Cancer, squaring Saturn in Aries. So this looks pretty like relationship heavy. There may be some not seeing eye to eye, and it could be about having children. It could be about intimacy. It could be about money, self-worth, self-value. Maybe you don't feel like you're being treated by your partner the right way, and it can be business too. Yeah, something very entrepreneurial happening on Monday the 31st for a lot of y'all. Saturn is gonna build for you. Anyway, let's do this. Okay. Wow. This is the first time I've done these like back to back to back to back. So I can tell you what signs got what. Anyway, you have the Seven of Pentacles. This card, remember, signature spread, the tarot chip spread. It's not finished, by the way. You're getting a sneak peek. This card attributed to what you still have to release. And what are the chances you've got Chiron and Taurus at that 0 degrees? Yeah? In your 6th house, which is Virgo's home. Yeah? So, just looking at what's happening here for you. Wow. It just feels like you feel a little bit unfulfilled when it comes to career, work, profession. Maybe you're not getting paid what you're worth. Yeah. Remember, this is what you have to release. And this is someone who's just kind of looking at all the pentacles he's raked in, looking at the past, and he's just like, So you got to make that decision. Do you stay? Do you go? Do you ask for a raise, promotion? Do you start your own thing? What does your heart say? What does your intuition say? Yeah. And again, if you're not even here for career or work, remember your daily routines. What needs a little bit of a shake-up? Okay? This is just saying there's a lot of like looking back at the past or processing things that defines where it's almost like you're defining your sense of self-worth based on where you've been. You need to be looking at the future, okay? Because you have the Nine of Pentacles. This card attributed to the rest of August, where you're at now. This is freedom. This is independence. This is saying to your boss, listen, I'm going to work from home. I've earned it. I've been at this company 400 years. You're going to give me a raise too. All right. So she earned her spot. You see the symbol of Venus all over her gown. Nine of Pentacles is Virgo, by the way. And remember, Virgo rules your 10th house of career. So you got all this money stuff, money, career. And again, not career. Wealth comes in so many forms, right? But you see that she's very enlightened. And so where is that wealth in your life? It looks like you're going to find it, or you're feeling it right now, or you're identifying it with the Mercury, Regulus conjunction, feeling empowered like her. So keep that in mind, that confidence. You want to hold on to that confidence. You want to feel confident about where you're at and where you're going. It's really nice. If you're looking to retire, by the way, this is a really good sign. Okay? But you gotta, in order to get there and to feel that, you're gonna have to release, all right? Any self-doubt or sense of self-worth. You got the star. What's challenging you right now? Well, the star is all about what you want for your future, but it's also healing. Like, remember, Chiron and Taurus in your 6. All right? Here's the thing. This is what's challenging you. So, have you fully healed from something? He's still looking back, right? So, take that time. Take that time to do that self-healing. It's a lunar eclipse in Pisces. A lot of this is going to be with home and family, but also work, partnerships. Remember, mutable, right? You're connecting that grand cross with this eclipse. So, career, relationships, love, marriage, business partners, home. Where do you start healing, right? How do you start healing? Well, take that time. Take that time out. Ask yourself, what does it take? How do I do this? Right? Because as long as you get started, you're on your way. It's a card of wisdom too, right? Knowledge, gaining knowledge, wisdom, connecting with others. Okay? As in, it's a good time to communicate. Remember what I said with Chiron, that's going to trine Mercury in Virgo. Mercury in Mercury's strongest sign ever. So, have conversations. Yeah? It's cathartic. Now, this card is attributed to the eclipse. Stop it. You're good. You're fine. You have the Ace of Cups. So again, this eclipse in Pisces, it's so loaded. There's so much happening. If you were to take everything away, like the double T-square with Uranus, which, by the way, the first time we've ever experienced this, I don't mind the eclipse in Pisces. It's everything I said in the intro. Sure, there's emotions, but there's a sense of purging. You got Virgo, where you got the set of Mercury in Virgo. Remember what I said, Virgo is purification. And so there's a sense of you finally being able to see what you need to see through self-healing, okay? Right there. What did I say in the intro? Water heals. Yeah? Look at all that water. New beginning with the ace. This is like you feeling so much joy to the point of tears, like it's nirvanic. This eclipse, when something ends, something that you needed to end, or something's revealed, something that you needed to know, something that just takes all that weight off your shoulders. You've been going through a lot of home and family stuff. Remember, you had Saturn there for several years, right? In your 4th house. And then you have the North Node there. You had all these eclipses there. I mean, like, you've had a lot. But it looks like there's something new brewing here for you. And it could be like having a baby. It could be falling in love. It could be getting married. It could be moving into your dream home. It doesn't even have to do with home either. Remember, you're part of this eclipse. It's relationships. marriage. It's, even work, career. Looks good. Now, this card is attributed to your ruler, Jupiter, in Leo, in your house, 9th house, trine Saturn and Aries. Yeah. Oh, stop. Yeah. You're fine. Here's the thing. You have Mars in Cancer, right? In your 8th. You could feel a little bit sensitive with your relationships and money. Thinking about your investments for the future, your partner's money, things like that. Inheritance and your investments. You could feel a little bit frustrated with your relationships, money, your legacy. But Ceres is there. And Ceres, Virgo's, planetoid, 4 degrees, 50 minutes. So Ceres is the escape route for this eclipse. It's forming a wedge, right? We'll talk about in the second spread, but wow. In Cancer, I mean, come on. That's like Cancer being, water sign, a lot of emotions, highly emotional, nurturing. Ceres being nurturing and protective as well. Cancer ruling the home, family, the home sector. That's amazing. This is like, mama bear energy, providing for others, okay? And so it looks like, everything that's happening, especially with Jupiter and Leo trine Saturn and Aries, that's your 5th. Saturn natively rules your 2nd. It does look like there's something here with, you might be, are you starting something? It's very entrepreneurial what's happening here. And remember, Saturn is all about the long term. And so it's something here where you can monetize. Feels really, really good. Something that you're starting that you could have wanted to start a while ago. Just, again, the only thing I'm going to tell you is that with Uranus just kind of a little bit, wild with these squares in your 7th house of love, marriage, contracts, partnerships, there just might be something that gets a little bit, out of the blue. Other than that, you're good. Look at all this. I mean, this is insane. All right, so this card is your, big message. What is the big message for Sagittarius? What do they got to know? Well, yeah. So, let me tell it to you straight. You've got all these pentacles, by the way, all major pentacles and two, court, major, you're good, you're fine. Your big message, your big takeaway, it looks like something's coming in. Something new, something exciting, something where you can really root up, right? That's Saturn. Page of Pentacles. Very, very nice. This is someone who's committed to something new. He wants to turn that pentacle into something big. So earlier I said you've got this entrepreneurial energy and it feels really good. Launch the thing, okay? Launch what you need to launch. Jupiter, your ruler with Saturn, is really going to be very supportive here. I think the other thing that I was going to say is that with Mars in Cancer in your 8th, I mean, he's still there. Yeah, he is a planet of action and determination, but Ceres is there. So there's motivation here. There's motivation to nurture. There's motivation to take care of others. And you even see that with the Queen of Pentacles. So whatever you're building, there is a sense of security. There's a sense of building this world that you want to live in with the people that you love. And we'll talk about, again, it's a second spread thing, but You are going to have the moon in Aries. Yeah. You are going to have the moon in Aries square Mars in Cancer, but then Saturn, that's really active. Jupiter trine Saturn in Aries. Saturn natively rules your second house of income. So it's like your money houses are really active. Anyway, you're good. Sagittarius, you're good. The other thing I was going to say is, with that, you got to believe in yourself, okay? You have to believe in yourself, and then you'll be fine. You're good. Thank you, Sagittarius. All right, now we are going to do Capricorn. Yep. Peppercorn. Capricorn, sun, moon, and rising. Has anyone ever said that? Is that silly? Has anyone like snuck that in? Okay, next we're going to do Peppercorn, sun, moon, and rising. Anyway, so Capricorn, thank you for being here. The other couple things, as I said in the intro, working with this new format for now, okay? I explained the medical issue, my back issue, the spine issue. I'm literally not allowed to sit. It's hard to, anyway, I'm on like different medications. Anyway, so just letting you know that that's because I keep getting messages. That's the reason why I'm unable to do your, forecast for all 12 signs individually for now. Again, this is you seeing in real time the eclipses at work, all right? So the other thing is really good in legendary members. For the bonus spread, the frequency spread, I'm giving that a name. Remember to take a screenshot of this spread that we're going to do here, okay? Because of the new format. Lastly, it is the 1 year anniversary of Great Awakener, so thank you so much. And I can't believe it. And yeah, bringing back the our signature sale. So all the information is in the description box and the link to the eclipse cycle. Okay, the slide deck that I talked about in the intro. You will not find anything like it online. If you're a member of Great Awakener, you know about these slide decks I make. And so it's on the, current eclipse cycle that we're leaving, as well as the one moving into. All right? And if you missed the intro, you might want to see that slide deck. And you might want to prepare Capricorn because, North Node is moving into your sign, 2028. You actually have eclipses starting in 2027, which is right around the corner in your sign. So, Capricorn, Tuesday, listen, Mercury's gonna conjunct the South Node in Leo. That's fine. You're changing. You went through some massive change. You had a lot of time. You had a lot of energy when it came to work. Obviously, you're Capricorn. Relationships, you're deepening them. Maybe new relationships. You could have fallen really hard for someone. As well as money. Like building your, empire. Your legacy, your wealth. And so, Tuesday morning, there should have been, a message that you received around relationships, money, power, okay? Your transformation with Mercury conjunct the South Node in Leo, 29 degrees. I really would not be. Children and sex, having children could have been a thing. Intimacy. There was something you needed to say. Or there was something that was said. Or there was news that you received. Whatever it is. Mercury then moved into Virgo, conjunct Regulus at 0 degrees. So whatever happened, even, the past few days, feels like it, whether it was something, you considered positive or not, it was still something that's making you grow. Like it's Virgo rules your 9th house, right? That is spiritual growth. It's your philosophies, your belief system, how you see things. Publishing as well. A lot of you are going to be writing books, or you're going to have like great, brilliant ideas. Okay? Could be even blog posts. Because you have Mercury conjunct Regulus, all about honor and, success, and 0 degrees, very potent. The birth, it's seeding, right? The birth of something new that you're speaking into the ether, thinking, writing. You got the sun right there, triple conjunction. So Mercury conjunct Regulus on Tuesday, which is today, you hear the church bells, it's getting late. Yeah, you're gonna feel that until Thursday, the eclipse. So there's something here. I would not be surprised if you have like this brilliant book idea. I wouldn't be surprised if you are starting to see things in different ways, and maybe it's something that you can apply toward, just kind of like your vision on something. Vision moving forward. There's a part of you that wants to impart your wisdom, things that you've learned. So a lot of y'all may start teaching. It doesn't have to be in a traditional sense. It can be like online courses. But a lot of y'all want to learn more. Now, and you'll have the clarity you need by the time we get to Thursday, the 27th, when we have the Mercury Cazimi around 1 p.m. in Virgo. Listen, Virgo is an earth sign like yours. Yeah? Anything that happens in Virgo, it's great for you, right? It's trine, you're a sign. If you're watching this video, you're literally Capricorn rising, or Capricorn moon. All right? They're between 0 to 30 degrees somewhere, at least one, right? So, you're definitely going to feel a lot of activity in terms of this spiritual growth. And it's nice. You're also going to find that in the workplace. I wouldn't be surprised if you have to go on a long trip for work. If you're hiring people from foreign lands, foreign seas, contractors, things like that. And I just feel like there's something here really healthy for you. I feel like you're really going to see things for what they are. And you needed this Cazimi to kind of like open that door. And you might start a podcast. The last thing I'm going to say is there's something that between now and Thursday you might have to sign. It might be pretty official. All right? Might be work related, okay? Like an LLC or something. Anyway, don't sign until, like, remember that Mercury Cazimi is happening when the moon is void. So, no. I'd wait a few hours. Now, the eclipse. Happening technically Friday because it's just after midnight, okay? It's happening around like 12:14 a.m. Eastern Standard. But that's why Friday the 28th, you see the sun and Mercury and Uranus, okay? So we have a double T-square with Uranus and Gemini in your 6th house. This is very interesting when I look at this for you. Wow. First of all, this eclipse in Pisces, your 3rd house. Speaking of messages, this is Mercury's time, right? He's the star of the rest of August. He's in domicile, but also exalted, in his best place ever. And trine, your sign, Capricorn. So it looks like there is something you're likely going to sign. And I say that because you also have Mars in Cancer. You have Ceres in Cancer, your opposite sign of love and marriage and partnerships, relationships, contracts, agreements, personal relationships. But you also have Juno in your sign. Yeah. Juno is Libra's asteroid, meaning Juno and Jupiter's wife. So you have Juno. Everything that when I'm just like, if you don't sign at least 2 things, you're not a Capricorn Sun, Moon, or Rising. Like, there's so many things that I just see, like paperwork, signature, or agreement, right? Verbal agreement, maybe interviews, maybe negotiations. The thing that I was gonna say is that Uranus and Gemini, that's going to be squaring this eclipse in your third of signing things, and communication natively rules your second. So with Chiron, by the way, remember in Taurus, that's trine this Mercury conjunct Regulus with the Sun in Virgo. Whoa. There's so much healing that you're doing at the same time. So when I see what's happening for you, it looks like this eclipse is going to be revelatory. It's going to illuminate things in a way where you're already going to be getting some sort of message. This eclipse rules, it's your third house. Communication, messages, writing, news, receiving news, but also the end of something here. So it looks like there may be something ending in terms of communication, PR, advertising, marketing, your brand, things like that. That's third house. It could be a phase as well. Third house is also online. It's the internet, like you starting like a blog or a Substack. That's what's happening here. Now, it is something revelatory as well. You could receive a message that ends like a message thread. Like you're like, okay, I'm done. This is over. Conversation done. This is your time. And I say that because you have Mercury Cazimi in the day, but that's just the perfection. You're gonna feel it like all day. While you have this lunar eclipse of endings, an illumination in your third house of messages. So again, you have something to say. This is your time to say it. You cannot not say this. At the same time, you have something to say. And with this eclipse, you can't unsay it. So be very mindful with the way that you communicate, especially, I would say, like siblings, aunts, uncles, cousins, neighbors, teachers, students, people that you work with, especially so. All right, colleagues, employees, interns, contractors. Okay, there's something here that might surprise you, or you might surprise others. It's so mutable. That's the thing. Also be flexible. All right. Now, Monday, July 31st. No, wait. August 31st. Jupiter in Leo. Trining Saturn in Aries. I just feel like there's like huge leaps here for you. You have a lot of money stuff too, by the way. You still have, You still have Venus and Libra in your 10th. That's amazing. Chiron and Taurus in your 5th. That's going to connect with the Sun and Mercury and Virgo in your 9th. Looks really good. In terms of marriage or going steady. Maybe having a conversation about having kids. Maybe there's a second marriage here too. With your 9th. But again, that's part of that, something being official. Fifth house is also very entrepreneurial. I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if you start something. I wouldn't be surprised if there's something that ends something that you didn't expect, and now it gives you room to do the thing you want to do. Jupiter in Leo, trine Saturn in your sign, or Saturn in Aries. Remember, Saturn's your ruler. And so when I see what's happening here, you have enormous changes coming. All right? Very auspicious, but it's almost like the things that you want. Some of y'all are becoming parents, parental role, maybe grandparents. There's something here that has to do with home, family, real estate, property matters. There's growth and structure and stability, the type that you've been seeking. And it looks really, really good. All right? I would also say, again, there's something here about how this becomes your identity. All right? What's happening with Jupiter trine Saturn. So please take advantage of that. And just remember the day after, and we'll talk about this in September, Mars in Cancer square Saturn in Aries. All right? Something here with most likely relationships, marriage. Okay? Not seeing eye to eye. It is the two malefics. It's really hitting the cardinal axis. Yeah, you're a cardinal sign. Saturn's your ruler. Mars is exalted in your sign. Like, you're really going to feel that. So there could be a little bit of a squeeze here with family. Home, family, but again, significant other seems like it may be there. All right? And if not, it could be like a parent. It could be you. It could be a child. And even neighbors. You're still, under the umbrella of that eclipse. Siblings, and then also, honestly, your lover. Money's a big thing here. Let's get to it. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is my signature spread. Almost there, all right? It's not finished. But Queen of Pentacles. This card is attributed to what you still have to release. You haven't released it yet. And you have the Queen of Pentacles. So, very interesting, because Queen of Pentacles, she's a caretaker. She's the richest queen, but she has this compassion. She is that nurturing type. And so, the thing about the Queen of Pentacles, look at that. Her hand's underneath the pentacle, right? She's giving. She wants to take care. Now, I did tell you that Ceres and Mars are in Cancer, your opposite sign. Ceres is at 5 degrees in Cancer. All right? What does that mean? Well, with the eclipse in general, Ceres is like your escape route. Okay? It's forming a wedge with the sun and the moon, a trine and a sextile. So we'll talk about in the second spread, Ceres being Virgo's dwarf planet. How much are you investing in you? Yeah? Are you taking care of your partner, your family, your children? Are you prioritizing them? Okay? It's not a bad thing, it's a good thing. Wait, no, it's not. I'm not saying it's a bad thing or a good thing. I'm just saying it could be a thing. When you've got Ceres and Mars in your 7th, you got Chiron and Taurus in your 5th. Okay? So that's your healing process. What you still have to release? Maybe you need to release this sense of well, two things: overprotecting, over nurturing, right? Taking care of others. Secondly, to the point you're not spending time with you. And I don't see that as like a huge, huge thing here, because a Virgo season is your ninth. Remember, this is part of your spiritual growth. You're really going to feel that for the next 4 weeks. But just the fact you got the Queen of Pentacles, who's you, by the way, okay? Attributed to Capricorn. Keep that in mind. It's almost like that Six of Pentacles energy. Are you giving, but you're not receiving anything? Yeah. So that's something just to consider. Have time for you. This Virgo energy is going to really help. Chiron and Taurus. Well, I mean, that's your 5th and your 9th, right? The 5th is joy, it's pleasure, it's romance, it's true love, it is children, it is family, it's creative projects, self-expression, and it's Chiron, the wounded healer. All right? So there's something here where you're working on yourself in terms of self-worth, self-value in relationships. And this is saying maybe there's a little bit of overcompensating because you don't have that sense of self-worth or self-value. I mean, you have that 9 of Swords attributed to where you're at right now. You have a lot in your mind, and that's a little too much, right? We want to take those swords out one by one, but look at this. Have you given everything away? Right? Are you feeling the support that you're providing? Are people taking advantage of you? Is there something someone said in a week like this, something surprising and unexpected, with the Uranus at play, that made you feel this way? Did you say something that was atypically you, and it really hurt someone, and now you regret it because you don't know how to fix it? So, words are very powerful. Mercury being in domicile and exalted at the same time is powerful. And it's going to be effortless for you to communicate, because Mercury and the Sun in Virgo, that's trine your sign. All right? So keep that in mind. This is not being able to sleep. This is having so much going on upstairs. But it feels like someone has put you here. Whether it was on purpose or whether it's someone that you're thinking about, but you haven't said anything, right? You got that 3 of Swords? Which would be attributed to, like, this is what's really, really, like, the big challenge that you're going to have to, all right? This is, you know, it's a lot. It's a lot. 3 of Swords, you know, is attributed to Saturn in Libra. Not a lot of people know that Saturn's actually exalted in Libra. And so, Libra, yes, love, marriage, relationships, partnerships, boyfriends, girlfriends, things like that, business partners. But remember, you've got Venus in Libra right now in your 10th house of career. You have Chiron, Uranus and Gemini in your 6th house of work. And you've got Saturn in an amazing trine with Jupiter. All right? Saturn in Aries in your 4th house of home. So, there's something here that happens, and maybe it's unexpected. Whatever it is, it can be a little bit emotionally impactful. It could have already happened. And this is your week to say the thing you have to say with the lunar eclipse in Pisces in your 3rd house of communication. If it hasn't happened yet, here's your lunar eclipse. Well, actually, we'll see. That's what these cards are for. This card is attributed to the eclipse. If you're a cross watcher, come on. Like, what? Yeah. And by the way, sure, we call this a heartbreak card, the Three of Swords, but it's still a sword suit. It's up here, okay? Now, Nine of Pentacles, the eclipse. You say the thing you have to say, that's going to set you free. You can't hold things in, okay? This person's holding things in. No, because this is also saying that you feel that if you say the thing that you have to say, it might be painful, right? You got to say it. If you don't, the universe is going to find ways for it to be said. It's an eclipse with a double T-square with Uranus in Gemini, the sign of communication. So, Nine of Pentacles is really great. This card is actually attributed to Venus and Virgo. And so the eclipse can set you free. It's also, again, if you were to take everything away from, like the squares, etc., I don't mind the eclipse. It's in your third house. There's something here like really dreamy and, about the conversations you have. Just try not to be like, like fantasy land, like have a foot on the ground. It's like, I never have to tell you that, Capricorn, you're earth, So, anyway, this is a card of freedom, of feeling free, of I really paid my dues. I earned my spot here. I don't work for nobody, right? And so you can have it all with this eclipse in your third house, which again is also launching things, like launching a business. You've got Jupiter trine Saturn and Aries, which is great. You have a lot of great things happening. Anyway, this would be Jupiter trine Saturn. Two of Swords. All right? So, again, you've got Jupiter in Leo, trine Saturn in Aries. So, relationships, whether love or business, and money, and family. That's where you're going to feel structure, all about the long term, all about your legacy. Even an inheritance is very likely here, okay? You could be inheriting a house from, the family lines, or maybe your parents are moving to South Africa to start a, chicken farm, and they're giving you their business here in New Jersey, snake farm, whatever it is, you're inheriting it. Like, there's something here that may be passed down to you that you can build upon. But why are you not? You gotta, yeah. So this is just, it's a Two of Swords. Take the time, go within, process it, but at least come out with an answer, right? Get comfortable taking off that blindfold, all right? You got to be able to see where you're headed. And crossroads, right? You got all these swords as well. So again, you're holding a lot back. You're holding a lot in. You gotta let things flow. And so this card is attributed to your big message, your big takeaway. Oh yeah, you're fine. You're good. So Capricorn, you're great. Ace of Wands. You got something really big coming through. Career, new job, new opportunity, passion project, boyfriend, girlfriend. It doesn't matter. Wands are your passions. They're highly associated with work and career. You have so much activity there. You have Venus in Libra. Again, I think I mentioned this. In your 10th. Like, come on. That's amazing. That's amazing. But again, there's a little bit of just, there's so much happening up here. Let's clear the air. Use that lunar eclipse to reveal. Have your awakening. Let that come through. That Ace of Wands. Capricorn, You're amazing. All right. Thank you so much. Now, Aquarius. Wow. Aquarius, sun, moon, and rising. Y'all are amazing, Team Aquarius. So, yeah. Oh, so, yeah. As I said in the intro, I have to work with this new format for now, okay? It's the reason why I can't do your weekly forecasts for each sign for now. I do have medical issues, complications with my spine, literally not supposed to be sitting. I'm also on different medications. It's just been, it's been a thing. It's been a journey. So, because I keep getting comments, and so I just want to, and I know, so some of y'all already know this. Thank you for all your kind messages. But it's for people who, and I may have to repeat it, just a couple more times because I do get, some people just skip the intro, etc., etc. And you can literally see, right? You can literally see the eclipses in full effect in real time. And even Mars in Cancer. Anyway, if you're new to my channel, I am an Aquarius. Really good and legendary members for the bonus spread, the frequency spread. Remember to take a screenshot of your spread, of the spread here, because of the new format. All right. And anyone's welcome to join. And it is our 1 year anniversary of GreatAwakener.com. Thank you so much. Y'all have been amazing. We are, the signature sale is back. An enormous discount. All the information's in the description box and the link, okay, to the my eclipse code. Yeah. So I talked about in the intro, 35 page slide deck I did. If you're a member of Great Awakener, you know. If you know, you know. I do these slide decks. You won't find anything like them online. This one was on the eclipse cycle that we're going through, and you might want to pay attention to this. And you might want to just, I'll leave the link for you in the description box, Aquarius. The reason why is because I go back, okay? 2007, 2009, okay? We look at those eclipses, what happened around that time, dates of the eclipses. We look at the cycle, the sorrow, the metonic, everything. 2017, 2019, same thing, but the midpoint. So the North Node was in Leo, South Node in Aquarius, and then 2026, 2028. What to expect. So yeah, it's very comprehensive. You'll see the tables, charts, and you can see the dates, the degrees, so you can see what happened for you 2007, 2009, etc., etc., etc. Let's get started, Aquarius. Thank you for all your kindness, your support, your patience as I navigate this reset with everybody else. So, Aquarius, let me just, here's the thing. All right, Tuesday, Mercury, South Node conjunction. All right, you're going to feel that. Something with partnerships, contracts, agreements, relationships. You got messages. Maybe you needed an answer. Maybe it was you that needed an answer on something. 29 degrees. And so that happened this morning. And then Mercury moved into Virgo. Conjunct Regulus. Now in Virgo. So 0 degrees. The sun is there. Triple conjunction. What does this mean? A, this is strong. It's potent. You're going to feel it up until Thursday, the day of the eclipse. All right? Secondly, 0 degrees. It is the birth of something new brewing for you. Thirdly, it's in Virgo. Virgo rules your 8th house, death and rebirth. So it looks like from Tuesday forward till the eclipse, you got some things to say. You're making really big decisions. This in your 8th house, you're also hearing news, messages, you may receive that are pretty significant, having to do with your relationships, intimacy. It could be a conversation that you have with your lover. 8th house is also like business partners, financial advisors. Are you on fidelity.com or something? You should be. This is your 8th house. And it's Virgo. Okay? Virgo is very organized, very detailed. This is you checking off your to-do list. You are really putting a lot of emphasis on your future, your investments. All right? 8th house is also inheritance, bonuses, commissions, payouts, passive income. You received some news. All right? If not, it was you announcing something. If not, again, this is until about Thursday. All right? It's in your 8th house. Something about this is asking you to evolve. All right? Into the new you. And it will have to do with like love, sex, taxes. All right? Your transformation. Now, Thursday, the 27th, you have a Mercury Cazimi in Virgo. Your 8th house, death and rebirth. So, very interesting with this. It's going to happen around 1 p.m. I think I said it in the intro. Maybe I didn't. I can't remember. The moon's going to be void, first of all. So, whatever happens Thursday around 1 p.m. Eastern Standard, when you got the messenger planet in the heart of the sun, it's a Cazimi, in Virgo, in your 8th house of death and rebirth, when Mercury is being reborn, right? It's a refresh of the mind. This is going to be the most clarity that you've had on what you want changed in your life, okay, for the entire year. This moment. And it's, Mercury moves fast, right? Hermes. So it is a couple hours. But just expect that entire day leading into the eclipse in Pisces. Now, and you're also going to have a lot of clarity about like future savings, investments. You could also get news about inheritance too, by the way, this week. Now, this eclipse on Thursday in Pisces, it's loaded. All right. It's really, really loaded. First, Pisces rules your 2nd house. So there's going to be something here that has to do with money, finances. Okay. That is a Pisces Virgo axis. That was your big life lessons, right? When you have the South Node, North Node, and, Virgo, Pisces, 8th and 2nd. Money, right? Even relationships as well. So this is a lunar eclipse. There's something ending here. 2nd house is more about earned income. It's your earning potential, salary, right? Resources, the things that you have, the things that you own. Something financial is coming to completion. And it can be quiet or it can be loud. It looks like it's going to be loud for you. I say that because you see Friday, the 28th, the Sun and Mercury squares, right? With Uranus, your ruler. And remember, the eclipse is happening just after midnight on Thursday. So it's all baked in. It's a double T-square that you have with this eclipse. With Uranus, your ruler. That's in Gemini in your 5th. So what does this mean? Well, how much do you think that you're worth? That is what this lunar eclipse in Pisces is asking you. Okay? A lot of this is going to have to do with home and family as well, because you've got Chiron in Taurus at 0 degrees in your 4th house, connecting with Mercury, Regulus, the first half of the week, 0 degrees in your 8th house. So the fact that you've got Uranus, Gemini in your 5th, this is all saying 2 things. A, how much are you worth? Or you asking yourself, what do you believe you're worth? Are you getting paid that amount? There might be some changes happening with your salary, your income, something, right? Something that you pay for as well. The other thing is real estate and property matters is in the mix here. All right. With Chiron in Taurus, that's connecting with Mercury, conjunct Regulus in Virgo, your 8th house, part of your transformation. This is also highlighting your intimate relationships, your significant other, with Uranus squaring this eclipse in your 5th, which is true love, romance, but also family and children. Okay? Creative projects, really big thing here. You are so hyper focused on your future, and that's a good thing. You're Aquarius, your future forward. Just know there might be some surprises, unexpected things from your lover, messages. They might say something you did not see coming. It could also be a creative partner. It could also be some like friends that you go bowling with. It is a 5th house, which is like recreation and hobbies. It could also be surprise news about pregnancy, having babies. It is your 5th. 5th is procreation. But you've got your 5th and your 8th activated, and your 2nd. So there's a lot of money stuff here, but also a lot of things that have to do with, your intimate life, sex, all right? Sex. So, and relationships. Just letting you know. There's gonna be some conversation. All right? You might initiate it. Now, it is a Jupiter-ruled eclipse, and this is why you're gonna feel so hyper-focused on your future, as Jupiter natively rules your 11th. 11th is your home. 11th is all about your long-term goals, hopes, wishes, dreams. And then you see on Monday the 31st, Jupiter in Leo, your opposite sign, trine Saturn in Aries. Saturn, your ancient ruler. So you see, your 2 rulers are highly active. You're up there. Out of all the zodiacs, you're up there as in like, oh yeah, there's going to be some really big change happening. This eclipse in Pisces has the Sun and Mercury baked in. They're in Virgo. You got Uranus squaring them. Uranus is in Gemini. It's a Jupiter-ruled eclipse. Jupiter natively rules your 11th. Sagittarius, that's all the mutable signs. There's so much mutable energy. Expect change. Okay? You're going to have some change. And it looks like big ones. The other thing is maybe some friendships too. Monday the 31st, Jupiter in Leo, trine Saturn in Aries. I don't mind this. I like this for you. I feel like this has a little bit of vagueness, and I say that because you've got Jupiter in Leo, right? It's your opposite sign. So this wonderful aspect will have to do with your relationships, love and marriage, your, lover, contracts, business partners, even personal relationships. Don't forget, Jupiter natively rules your 11th. Friendships, groups, associations that you belong to. and your future hopes and long-term goals, especially with relationships. Trine your ancient ruler Saturn in Aries, your third house of communication, but also launching things, being curious, exploring, initiating. There's something truly like pioneering here. Third house is also like advertising, PR, branding, marketing for your business. It's getting a business, getting an LLC, likely with everything that's happening. You could start a blog. You could start writing a book. Now, the reason why there's a little bit of vagueness is because Neptune is still retrograde. All right? And your third can bring a little bit of illusion and what's going on. Fog, third house of the mind. Saturn and Aries, Saturn natively rules your 12th. And the 12th is, very nebulous. Yeah. Hidden matters. So basically what's happening here with Jupiter and Leo trine Saturn and Aries, something is being built for you. It looks long term. I wouldn't be surprised if you sign something or if you make some sort of verbal agreement or think like you're locked in now, especially with a contract, partnership, some sort of commitment here. It could be, it's something that's very, spiritually driven, right? With the lunar eclipse, with Saturn, Capricorn, that's your 12th. It could be something that has to do with hidden matters, right? There's a lot of things that might come to the surface. 12th house is your subconscious, might be work related, all right? So there might be something here in terms of career that just starts coming up. That was hidden, that you were like. So anyway, it's still just, there might be something. Listen, September 1st, the day after, I've talked about this. Mars, who is in Cancer, doesn't do well there, will square Saturn in Aries. Okay, that is your third. Those are 6 in your third. But then Saturn is your ruler, also ruling your 12th. So it's just a weird vibe. There's a little bit of frustration with contractors, employees, with your work, with your workspace. But squaring Saturn and Aries in your third, looping in your 12th, there's confusion with conversations, with communication, and a little deception. So just be very mindful of that. From one Aquarius to another, I'm giving you, a big heads up. But eclipse, I don't mind it. It just looks like you're ready for something else. I don't mind it at all. Secondly, Monday the 31st, Jupiter and Leo trine Saturn and Aries. Yeah, it's a little like, but it's still pretty amazing. It's still pretty amazing. A lot of y'all may actually get proposed to, by the way, too. All right, so let's, or maybe even like get like a, I don't know, like some sort of offer. Anyway. I just, yeah, let's see. Welcome to my, my new signature spread. That I'll debut very soon, maybe in September. It's still in the works. This Cazimi goes deep. Ruby. So let me just grab it. All right, so there's so many cons. Okay, let's oh my gosh. Okay. You're gonna be fine. When I said earlier, I don't mind this eclipse for you. Eclipses eclipse things from your life. Pisces, your second, right? Money, finances, even, relationships, things that bring you pleasure, things that you desire. I honestly feel like some of y'all are the ones that are gonna. All right, now you got Strength. Very interesting. This card is attributed to what you still have to release. Okay, and so Strength. Very like you get it, right? This is courage, boldness. You get it. It is attributed to Leo, which is your opposite sign. Partnerships, relationships. So there's something here where there's an element of you where it's part of your transformation with this eclipse, with the Cazimi, with everything that's happening in Virgo season that rules your 8th house of death and rebirth. Yeah. So something here where there's this it's almost like it's time to not feel that you can't rely on others or depend on others or get that strength energy from other people. Does that make sense? Basically, I'm talking about like codependency is one thing, but this Strength, where it says what you still have to release, Aquarians are known to be very independent, self-sufficient, right? You have the South Node in Leo, and you're gonna have that until what, March 2028? So, Ruby, basically, it's a good time to get comfortable opening up to other people, your relationships, okay? Business, career, love, romance, family, it doesn't matter. There's almost like too much like, I got this, I don't need you energy. And this is just saying that. And this is just saying like, well, eventually that guard is going to have to come down. Okay? You can feel incredibly empowered, but she's interacting with that lion, okay? Taming the, wild side of her. There's no one else in the card. So, that's kind of like the main thing. What you still have to release is this idea that you're Superman or Superwoman, because eventually that's your big life lesson, right? With the South Node in Leo, which is relationships with other people for the next until 2028. Just letting you know. And I say that because of what's happening here. All right? There's this opportunity to build upon these relationships. And that Ace of Swords. So, this card is attributed to where you're at now. And so, when I talked about you ending things, cutting things off, well, there you go, right? Ace of Swords, this is your breakthrough. Mental breakthrough, contracts, agreements, as I said, very likely. When you have Saturn and Aries in your 3rd, you got Jupiter and Leo in your 7th. The 2 planets in those signs bringing structure, long-term energy, luck, longevity, all of that to contracts, agreements, partnerships. Like you're good. And remember, there's something new that you're building upon with the lunar eclipse, right? Endings that open doors for you. Eclipse things out of your life because they put you on the path you need to be on. The other thing is, you will have a new moon in Virgo, by the way, which I think I said that. It's amazing. It's a good one. It's a good one, but it's surrounded by a lot of things. There's a lot happening. That's in September. Yeah, the Empress. What challenges you right now? Okay. And so the Empress is abundance. The Empress is everything. The Empress is your soul, like, glorified. It's really, really nice, but that would be your challenge, right? So 2 things here. 1, well, it looks like relationships and money. Those are the 2 big things that are highlighted for you. And feeling that opulence, or, just feeling comfortable. Look at her sitting. It's not like a queen that, she's just chilling in her lounge chair. And so that would be the big challenge, right? There may be something here with money, with love, but that's who she is. In your challenge area, that's you just kind of keeping people at arm's length. So I'm just kind of reading everything for you. I think that I told you I'm an Aquarius, so that's why I'm just like, I'm going to give them everything. The other thing is, yes, it's a person. Are you letting that person in? Or is it someone that you feel like you need to have a conversation with? Whatever it is, in your challenge area, the Empress has more to do with you, okay? Will you ever go to a place where you feel like that? Do you feel that that's what you want? Whatever it is, your life lessons, everything here, well, the eclipse in Pisces in your money house, and then you have all this Leo energy, partnerships, relationships. South Node is going to be there. You're going to have a lot of changes, all right? And as the next 4 weeks go by with all these planets in Virgo, moving into Virgo, your 8th house, you're going to have Venus go retrograde. You're going to have Mercury retrograde. There's so, I'm looking at like 4 months ahead for you. Everything that's happening now that might affect you in the future. Yeah. Anyway, this isn't bad, is all I'm saying. Just open yourself up. Yeah? And embrace the good things in life, too. Enjoy yourself more. Secondly, this card is attributed to the eclipse, which, 2 of Pentacles. Remember, the eclipse in Pisces, your 2nd house, money, finances. There's a little bit of imbalance there. Let's find that balance. Yeah? And honestly, it feels like you might experience something that you've never experienced. You might have to make a decision in a way that you've never made. But there's empowerment that comes after that. All right? Now, this card is attributed to Jupiter trine Saturn. What do we say? Yeah, you're fine. You're good. Like I said, it with your 12th house involved, sometimes, I mean, through the, filter of Capricorn, it is kind of like, but you're going to be fine. You got this, sun. And speaking of death and rebirth, like, you're already going through the reset, right? A reset of civilization. You've got Pluto in your sign. What? And Pluto actually goes direct soon. And so Pluto is a planet of death and rebirth, of transformation. Aquarians are going through the biggest changes. And so again, when I look at the full picture, the sun, card 19, 1-9, right? 10 reduces to 1, new beginning. So this would be like your rebirth. And look how optimistic it is. Look at, this is opportunities. Yeah. This is Jupiter trine Saturn right there for you. This is the biggest yes in tarot. It's achievements with that Ace of Swords, that big breakthrough. You see something big is happening. And then the last card is your big message, what the universe wants you to know. The Knight of Cups, yeah, he's creative. He's passionate. He's romantic. And when I say romantic, sure. Love, but I'll like partners and he's like romantic toward the arts, toward life. Like that, yeah. He's a hipster. Does that word even exist anywhere? Anyway, this is your big message. The universe needs you to know you're good to go. Go find what fulfills you emotionally. All right? You're at a time of like this personal freedom that you're seeking. Okay? And wow, love and relationships, the Knight of Cups, he is the knight in shining armor. And so a lot of y'all have that. Listen, you're going to have a lot more aspects with Jupiter and Leo in September. Same thing with this Virgo energy. That's your 8th and your 7th house. So those houses take 2 to tango. Whether it's career, whether it's love, whether it's your personal relationship, there's something that you're seeking or the universe wants you to seek. So go for it. Go seek. And here's the thing. I think that there is a sense of just you're turning into a whole new person, and this new person has to let people in. You're already very independent. You do your own thing. You're unique. You're self-sufficient. You've got Pluto in your sign. Empowerment. This is a whole new you. This is amazing. Aquarius, you're amazing. All right. Thanks so much. Oh my gosh. Okay, I got one more. Pisces. Pisces, sun, moon, and rising. All right. Pisces. Let me see. Pisces, sun, moon, and rising. Pulling up your... Oh my gosh. What just happened? Okay. Hi, Pisces. So... how you doing? Pisces, dude, this is it, alright? This is all about you. With the eclipse in your sign. And by the way, as I said in the intro, I'm working with this new format for now, okay? I still keep getting messages about your forecasts. At this point in time, I'm unable to do them. Your weekly forecast for each sign or monthly forecast for each sign, like 1 hour long, which I've done for every week for 4 years. I have medical issues, came up with my spine. It's been a journey. It's been a journey. Oh, wow. How funny. You got that. I'm going to keep that as a... Like the universe just gave you a wink with that 9 of Wands. Anyway, yeah. So that's the reason why. Okay. So thank you again, and it's just different medications that I'm on that are, just a lot of adjusting to new things. But that's the reason why. But thank you for all your amazing messages. You're actually literally seeing in real time, like the eclipses, like knocking on my door. Secondly, really good and legendary members for the bonus spread, the frequency spread. Yeah. Remember to take a screenshot of this spread because of the new format. Lastly, it is the 1 year anniversary of Great Awakener. Thank you so much, y'all. It's been so much fun bringing back we're doing the signature sale. Yeah. So it's all in the description box. It's all in the link as well for your super secret slide deck. If you're a Great Awakener member, first of all, thank you. GreatAwakener.com. Then you know the library, the slide decks. And so you can't find, and that's the thing, you can't find anything like those slide decks online. And the one that I talked about, the one, the eclipse cycles, is the one that I just did. 35-page slide deck on the eclipse cycles right now. It's called Eclipse Code. I actually really love the graphics on this one and the color. But anyway, Pisces, you might want to check it out because I do include, I mean, it's looking back 2007, 2009, the last time, right? But also 2017, 2019, when we had the North Node in Leo, South Node in Aquarius, and then what to expect 2026 to 2028, all right, with Aquarius Leo axis. However, I do include the Pisces Virgo axis, all right? So the eclipses that we're coming out of and moving into, oh my gosh, the eclipse cycles that we're moving out of and moving into, and you're in there. I think that's it. Yeah. Anyway, I'll leave the link. It's my way of saying thank you, anniversary gift to you, and thank you for all your kindness and your support, all your patience as I navigate my reset. It has been a journey. So Pisces, this is it. This is your big moment. You will never forget the end. This is the eclipse that's gonna change your life in such a big way, because it ends a version of you. You throw this in with the civilization reset, the Barbeau basket. You throw this in with everything that's been happening, how you had the North Node in your sign for a year and a half. This is your last eclipse. And in that slide deck, I talk about the Star Series cycle, whatever you want to call it, back to 1918. So this is it. This is the last of the partial lunar eclipses, right? So this is a big one for you. It's so close to totality too. Anyway, here's the thing. Tuesday, Mercury, South Node conjunction in Leo. That's fine. You heard something from a colleague. You said something to a colleague. Very likely a colleague maybe like called in sick or quit, or there's just some funny business. Also, there could have been something with health. You could have gotten like some sort of message. It could have been just like a marketing message in your email from your healthcare provider. But it could have also been something that was a little bit more like, yeah, I got the message loud and clear. I need to check this out. All right. So take those things seriously. But it really might be something you're thinking about too. Or you thought about this morning. Like, I probably want to go to the gym more. Things like that. Now, Mercury obviously moves into Virgo. Conjuncts Regulus right away, 0 degrees. The sun is there, right? Triple conjunction. And you're going to feel this up until Thursday. It's that strong. Your eclipse. So this is at 0 degrees. It's the birth of something new with Regulus. And Virgo is your opposite sign. So this has everything to do with relationships, partnerships, contracts, agreements. There's something, I mean, it's Mercury, right? The messenger, Mercury, writing, signing, agreeing, things like that, negotiating deals. So you're going to feel this. And it's very, very likely on that Thursday, you actually feel it the most. That's when we have the Mercury Cazimi, Thursday, the 27th, around 1 p.m. my time, Eastern Standard. And that's when Mercury is in the heart of the sun, being reborn, refreshed. Mercury, the mind. So this is going to be the most clarity that you've had regarding marriage and love and partnerships. It could be a big epiphany that you have as well. It could be business partners, contracts, agreements, something could be presented to you. Remember, the moon's going to be void, so if you're going to sign anything, just wait 2 hours after it. But yeah, it's in Virgo, so there could be something here with health as well. But it does look very work related too for a lot of y'all, like colleagues, contractors, employees. There may be something here. Now, the eclipse in your sign. Technically, it's on Friday, right? It's just after midnight on Thursday. Friday, you see the sun and Mercury squaring Uranus. It's baked into this eclipse. So you basically have a double T-square with Uranus in your 4th house of home and family. I would take this one seriously. You've never experienced this. Remember, it's been 84 years. You've never experienced a double T-square with Uranus baked into your eclipse, which is ruled by Jupiter, right? Your ancient ruler. Jupiter natively rules your 10th, right? And so, remember, Virgo is your opposite sign. So, pretty much, you've got all your angular houses, like, okay? That would be partnerships, career, home and family, and the new version of you. Something about you is old world, right? We're leaving it in the old world. This new you has a lot to do with your relationships. Okay? That's going to be the bulk of it. And even career, relationships in career, relationships in home, contracts in home, contracts in career, leases, rental agreements. A lot of y'all are moving. You don't realize it yet. You're going to be moving, or moving out, or someone's moving in, or you're buying a property, things like that. I actually know someone who broke up with someone, like they lived together, and it was such a big breakup. The other person literally went out and just bought an apartment. And they got back together. So it's just like an apartment that just sits here in New York. Anyway. So, yeah. That's where Uranus is. In Gemini, in your 4th house. Gemini's a little gossipy. There could be something here. Secrets, right? Remember, this is an eclipse of revelations. But also awakenings. So something here that has to do with home and family, your domestic sector, your emotional growth. There could be something really hidden. Something could come into the surface. Remember, you got Chiron in Taurus, yeah? The wounded healer in your 3rd house. Communication, okay? 3rd house is the mind, it's siblings as well. Healing, relationship with your relatives, siblings, neighbors, but also remember that trine, Chiron, Taurus, Mercury, and Virgo. Mercury and the Sun in Virgo. Relationships. So you're doing a lot of healing. Whatever's happening here, it's a lot of mutable energy. Expect change. Yep. When we get to Monday the 31st, Jupiter, and a lot of it's going to be you. You're the one that's going to make the change for this new version of you. Monday, the 31st, Jupiter in Leo, that would be your 6th house, trines Saturn and Aries. Your 2nd. Saturn happens to rule your 11th, which is your future hopes, long-term goals, and dreams, but also your friendships, groups that you belong to, associations. This is really, really nice. This is indicating there's something here you are going to monetize. There's something here that you could do. You're going to get like a change in work. You might be changing things up, getting promoted, You might be taking on, I don't know, there's just going to be some changes in the workplace. Leo rules your 6th house while we are in Virgo season. There could also be something here health related matters, diet, nutrition. But it really does look like, listen, 6th house is your daily routines. You're already, you've got your eclipse. Things are going to change. And Saturn connecting with Jupiter is forming that bridge for you moving forward, bringing stability financially, but also relationships, also resources, things that you desire, material possessions. There's a lot here, a lot to look forward to, especially if you are here for money. You already have Venus and Libra in your 8th, which is like the other money house. So when I see what's happening for you, a lot that has to do with money and your relationships, but you're changing the way you make money, the way you see money, the way you see relationships. Like there's parts of you that are changing. Let me see what else is happening for you. I mean, so Ceres, I'll tell you one last thing. You remember Mars is in Cancer in your 5th house. Yeah. So 5th house is joy and pleasure. It's true love. It's romance. It's family. It's children. It's sex. It's having babies. It's recreation. It's creative projects. It's your hobbies. You got Mars there. And, he doesn't do well in Cancer. Yet, it's still favorable for you because this is going to trine your sign. Yeah. And you've got Ceres in Cancer. Ceres is Virgo's planetoid. And we'll talk about this more in the second spread, the bonus spread, but Ceres is like the escape route for this lunar eclipse in your sign. The Ceres, the goddess of agriculture, nurturing, that's Ceres, right? Anyway, I'll talk about later, but she's in your 5th house. There's something here you're nurturing, and it does look like, it does feel like if you are in a relationship, if you're dating, if you're married, it does look like someone's coming to you for comfort, to be nurtured. It could even be a creative partner. I mean, 5th house, creativity. Are you in a band? It could be your drummer. Like, oh, I need, I lost a drumstick. Like, whatever it is, Ceres is the way out. Anyway. Honestly, this is truly out with the old, in with the new for you. Just expect really big change. Okay, so. Oh. We'll consider that a bonus card. Yeah, it's the Uranus thing that I'm just like, I'm keeping my eye on that for you. Because when you do all the math here, Venus and Libra in your 8th. Whoa, right? You got Uranus and Gemini in your 4th. Uranus natively rules your 12th. And remember, you're going to have the moon in Aquarius conjunct the North Node in Aquarius in your 12th at 29 degrees right before your eclipse. So you're going to get, there's something like really being revealed. It might have to do with family, and it comes unexpectedly, a secret, something hidden from you. It could have to do with inheritance as well. All right. But everything else looks really great. Pisces, okay, so here's a sneak peek of my signature spread. The tarot shift spread. It's not done. Like, it's in the works. There's a little sneak peek. It's almost there. Anyway, is there anything else? No. All right, so let's see. Wow. Okay. Can you see that? Yeah. So, Ten of Pentacles. So, Ten of Pentacles, amazing, right? You got the pentacles raining from the heavens in the form of the tree of life. You got family. You got generations of family here. You got love. You got the couple. You got dogs. You got loyalty. You got harvest. Look how big that castle is. Anyway, where it is in my new signature spread. Oh, and your bonus card right there. This card is attributed to what you still have to release. So, when I talk about what you still have to release, there's something here that tells me it's almost like you have this vision of something, like your legacy, or this, like you made it. This is coming into your physical realm as well, appreciating everything that you have, having that gratitude. So that's the Ten of Pentacles, which is a Virgo card. So this is saying there might be some ideals that you have that include this future that you may not believe anymore. Does that make sense? Like, perhaps you have this idea of how things should be, and it's not lining up with your reality. And on the for other Pisces, it's gonna be the fact that you don't know. You don't have the answers, and that's okay, right? What the outcome is, what your legacy is. But since this is the card that you have to release, what you still have to release is that energy, okay? You don't have to have the answer. And so, and remember, this is the rest of August, okay? I'm not talking about so just for the next, 7 days, 6-7 days. Because there's really no good day this rest of August to make that type of decision. It's a good day to formulate, to have ideas, but this eclipse in your sign is so game-changing. This is, like I said, an eclipse that reveals, where you're going to have this huge wake-up call, huge awakening, all right? So if you have this certain vision of your future, I would just be flexible with it, because there could be some things that change, all right? And then that Ten of Swords, right? I'm trying to think of, was that you? No, it wasn't you. Okay. And by the way, that Ten of Pentacles, remember, 10, 1-0, the end. Same here, you got 2 10s, all right? So when I say this eclipse in your sign is the end, yes. All right? Now, Ten of Swords, that card is attributed to where you're at now. Things are ending. Up here, big, okay? Let it. Let this lunar eclipse in your sign end things. The things that are taking up too much headspace, the things where you feel like things are taking way too much of your time, your energy, but also just the fact that your 12th house is just so lit. That's your home, by the way. It's so lit because of Uranus. Yeah, Uranus natively rules your 12th. There is a sense of what I said earlier, like deceit, maybe betrayal. 12th house is hidden enemies, people that you thought supported you actually didn't, right? So keep that in mind. There might be some of that. Uranus is, a little wild. yeah, there can be, like I said, some things revealed. Okay? Secrets, etc. But this is your story, right? Lunar eclipse, endings in your sign. You're seeing it play out here. This is very interesting because you got the Six of Pentacles. But this is the challenge, yeah? And there you go. There's that support. Are you getting that support that you need right now? I'm going to show you something. Look at the hand of the man on the beach. And then the very philanthropic man. I don't know if you can see that. Same hand gesture, okay? We call him the young Hierophant. He went through his death and rebirth. Okay? That Ten of Swords. This is the card of New Dawn. Those dark clouds clear after he's gone through what he's experienced and learned from it. He didn't run from it, he learned from it. And now he's full of gratitude, generosity. This is someone that's supporting others, helping others. All right? That's how you become the high priest. Selflessness. That Virgo energy. That Virgo energy for you is all about relationships and partnerships. All right? So it does feel like you may feel like you're not supported. You might even feel lonely, all right, if you're not in a relationship. But it could also be you where you have this realization that you feel that you're being very, very, very supportive. Therefore, you can have this kind of vision of your future where you might hear unexpectedly from a partner, and again, it could be a business partner, that in fact you're not. Like, or they're just like, it's over, right? And so that's what this storyline is saying. All right? It's either or. It's all about your relationships. And again, love, marriage, business, personal relationship, your agent, your marketing director, wherever that is. But you see that this is a true, like, remember what I said. This lunar eclipse in your sign, all about surrender. Yet, it's there. Now, this card is actually attributed to the eclipse. Wow. You got the Knight of Swords. Two things. One, well, this eclipse is setting you free. So much enthusiasm here. Right? With that Knight of Swords. This is someone who is, gonna go do the things he wants. He does not give a... Yep. The other thing is, like, yeah, there's some messages that you may deliver. There's something here. It's just like, once the thing has ended, you're excited. You're going for it. Look at the fire under his feet, right? So, here's the other thing. With that eclipse, just be very mindful. Remember Uranus and Gemini, the sign of communication. Okay? You could feel set free, but you could also, like, say things that are just surprising to other people, unexpected. Knight of Swords is Gemini, all right? Sword suit. So he can leave a bit of a sting, all right? This card is attributed to Jupiter trine Saturn, one of the luckiest, yeah. That's literally Jupiter. I mean, first of all, this is insane because Knight of Pentacles is Virgo. Yeah? Wow. Look at this. You can take that away. Virgo, Gemini, Virgo, Gemini. What's baked into your eclipse? Well, Uranus and Gemini, and the Sun in Virgo, and Mercury squaring Uranus. Wow. So, Knight of Pentacles, he's in it for the long term. There's your Saturn, right? Longevity, that structure, that stability for your future. It's amazing. And money, wealth. Remember, job changes, very likely, but relationships, there's something you're building upon here. Okay? Very nice. Jupiter and Leo, really exciting. So it looks like you're being set up for a lot more structure and stability that you were seeking, whether work or love. Okay? Pentacles, your physical reality. And then this card is your big message. What does Pisces have to know? 7 of Wands. Wow. 7 of Wands is attributed to Saturn and Leo. And there is a little bit of spirited activity here, as you can see. He's, yeah, a little defensive, but people came after him. He had no choice. That's what eclipses are, right? He's at the top of the hill. He's the victor, okay? And this is the Lord of Valor. Bravery, chivalry, right? Defending what's his because other people want what he has. But there is a little bit of, did you provoke those people? Yeah. Or a person. It can just be a person, colleague, employee, or lover, wherever it is. This is your big message, is stand your ground, right? Stand your ground, but be very mindful of the words that you say, because you're going through this rebirth, right? You're set free, but you're going to have to learn from whatever this was. You can't just, have your death and rebirth moment and be like, okay, on my way. Have that moment to let things sink in, all right? And ask yourself, am I supporting the people I need to support? Do they feel unsupported? Am I getting that intuitive sense? Or do I feel unsupported through this eclipse? And because there's a sense of betrayal here, well, after that happened to me, I'm going after someone else. I'm going after someone, payback, right? So it's all about your mindset with the sword suit, communication, the mind. This is what could happen, right? People coming after you. It just circles. So you got to think about your karmic journey. This is actually a great card if your intentions are pure, right? If you're doing the right thing. Anyway, this is good. This is wands are your passions, by the way. So it's like really just defending your passions. It's, again, what I said about Ceres and Mars and Cancer in your 5th. A lot of that has to do with your passions, your relationships. Mars and Cancer can be very defensive. Ceres and Cancer too, that protective energy. So it's still standing your ground, but it's also kind of saying you don't even have to be here if you're good about the rebirth part. The new version of you is very different from the old version. All right? Anyway, Pisces, y'all are amazing. Thanks so much. Happy eclipse. Bye-bye.